And in addition, that you'll actually try out some of that new assessment and get a hands-on feel for it and how it compares to MCAS, and that by November you'll be ready to vote on that two-year transition plan. Um, you have in front of you, I think, a copy of the PowerPoint, Bob, that you and Elizabeth are going to use. You have two documents that were produced by the Educational Testing Services Center on Assessment and Performance Management that look at the Common Core standards and the assessments that are being developed. PARCC is one of two national consortia of states. The other one is known as SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. I like to say tongue-in-cheek that those of us that are not part of Smarter Balanced have a bit of a stigma. That must mean we're less smart and less balanced. Bob Bickerton and Liz Davis. Liz heads our assessment work, and part of Bob's portfolio is in fact the assessment program. Bob is really focused on this transition as we participate in field testing and tryouts of PARCC. Bob's putting more and more of his attention on this work, and so I'm going to turn this over to Bob.
Thank you, Commissioner. As the Commissioner mentioned, this is the first of several discussions that we'll be bringing to the board about the transition, about MCAS, about PARCC. Our goal today is to create a common foundation of information. Where does MCAS come from? What is that history? What is the history of the competency determination that our students need to earn in order to, as part of their graduation requirements? How we went through the process of developing and adopting standards. The standards are adopted by the board. We'll review that process over the last several years. We'll provide an overview of the PARCC consortium and the work that's being done. And we'll we'll introduce a two-year transition plan that over the next couple of months. We are looking forward to the board considering and adopting to create some very clear signals for the field. This is the path that we're on, and here's how we're going to figure out if we're at the right place in that path during certain key junctures going forward. The other part is to correct misconceptions. So there'll be a fact base here that I think you'll find helpful because, as the Commissioner mentioned, there's an enormous amount of misinformation. So let's go back to the statutory responsibilities for the board. This goes back to the Education Reform Act of 1993, and just to recall, this predates No Child Left Behind by several years, and set our state on its current path for education reform, and has been updated a couple of times since then. But the board's responsibility is to set standards, and here this is key: standards, not curriculum, but the standards for what students need to know and be able to do, their academic performance, and standards for high school graduation. The board is also charged with adopting the system for assessing those standards. The alignment between the assessment and the standards is key. That's made clear in the statute and in all the work we've done since '93. We need to assess what is taught, and there needs to be clarity about both. And that the assessments would contribute to our measures for school and district performance.
Good morning. As Bob has already mentioned, the board has been very involved in adopting and voting on curriculum frameworks for the state. And this table here shows the curriculum frameworks that we have currently. It also shows the addition of the 2010 ELA and math frameworks that do include the Common Core state standards. Massachusetts, just to note that Massachusetts was already in the process of developing new standards for ELA and math when the Common Core State Standards Initiative came into play. And so those were adopted in June of 2010 by the board. So the this is the slide here is talking about the rigorous standards that we did adopt in 2010. Massachusetts was very involved in the development of these new standards, and over the next 2 years, or the last 2 years rather, the public schools and prep programs have been transitioning to full implementation of the 2010 standards in ELA and math.
So one of the things we'll return to as we go forward with the presentation is it's important to give adequate notice before you introduce accountability. So the notice on what are the standards in English language arts and math had their beginning in this latest round in 2010 with the board's vote.
And this slide actually highlights 4 shifts in the ELA standards. The most important takeaway for us to bring your attention to is the writing in response to one or more text. Students will now be reading multiple text in which they write essays, and they have to analyze and synthesize the content in the text that they've read and use evidence from the text to support all their claims. This is a very important bringing together the reading and writing, which is typical of real life scenarios, and this is a very important part of our new standards.
Just Liz, to build on what you just said. So on this slide and the next, the notion of shifts signals what's different in this latest, the 2010 standards that we adopted, that was not an emphasis in the prior one. So that's the notion of a shift.
So as we go to math, and I'm going to extend on that theme of shifts, we're in a different position than many states that belong to PARCC or even the Smarter Balance Consortium, in that we have a legacy of very rigorous standards. Many have referred to them as world-class standards for English language arts, math, and the other subjects that you saw earlier. So as other states are thinking what a big lift this is to, in fact, have their students, their schools ready for this work, in our state, many of these look similar enough that we risk we do that. The shifts are the piece we're focusing on, because this is what is actually being introduced and new, and really the research is telling us is going to make a difference in how our students are able to thrive and become college and career ready. More on that in later slides. So in math, the standards that you adopted in 2010 focus on fewer standards per grade, so that the teachers and the students can go deeper into what each of those standards address. So in grades 3 and 4, more time is spent on fractions than was the case prior to these standards. And what we know from the research and from our own test results is fractions continue to be a vexing issue for students heading right into high school, heading into first-year college courses. We heard that from college math professors. Go deeper in it, learn them better. Not as many standards in grades 3 and 4, but we're going to go deep and learn this well. There's also a fair amount of work that's been done on learning progressions, so the standards now reflect that work. A lot of that has been led more in the sciences, but math is catching up in that regard. Understanding what you're doing in math. The standards focus on computational rigor. You need to be able to solve problems. You need to be able to get them right. There's some misconceptions about that out there. No, getting math right matters. But teachers and students also need to be able to explain and answer why something works the way it does. That's where lasting and durable understanding and skills in math come from. And as Liz mentioned in the ELA standards, math, the application of math, the ability to model a situation in the world using math, the ability to apply math to solving problems you will encounter in life. It's intended to model and demonstrate what is really going to happen, that comes from next steps in students' experience.
Sorry. This is just a reminder of our state law requiring that all students in public schools are tested. The test measures their performance of our frameworks, and that we report students, school, and district performances. And this table actually shows what is currently assessed in ELA, math, and science, and if we could, which grades we would be testing the history and social sciences in. One thing to note is that the science and tech end assessments are actually end of course assessments. And, sorry, for the high school.
For high school.
And the next slide is a reminder also of our 4 performance levels that we have and the descriptions that go with them for the levels of, for performance levels for MCAS.
So this is language from the statute, from the law, state law, about the competency determination, and this is the stage that began with the class of 2003. You'll see here that the competency determination is intended to apply to mathematics, and that's in place. Science and technology, engineering is in place, and English language arts is in place. The 2 areas listed here that we have not yet implemented fully, history and social science, as Liz mentioned, a budgetary shortfall, curtailed full implementation of that program, and foreign languages is still yet to come. Now, on the competency determination, there were some key aspects of implementing this that we need to recall. The first is that students need support being ready to meet standards, especially when there's a lot at stake, like high school graduation. So beginning in '99, but really gearing up by school year 2001-2002, significant monies were appropriated and distributed to districts to provide academic support, particularly to students who were struggling with meeting the standards. As we mentioned in the memo, that amount has declined as the competency determination has become a more routine part of how we educate our students, but will become a concern again as we introduce new tests. The competency determination first applied to the class of 2003 and continued through 2009 with the requirement in English language arts and math that students achieve at least a needs improvement rating. Now, you saw the 4 ratings that apply to MCAS in the earlier slide that Liz described. Beginning in 2010, there were 2 additional requirements. The first was that in English language arts or math and math, the expectation is that students really need to achieve proficient. And the board considered the data at the time in increasing that requirement because our studies looked at students moving into higher education, and they were doing better if they scored proficient. Students who scored needs improvement were at a very high level of remediation. We also added the ability to qualify for the competency determination with needs improvement in ELA or math, so long as the school implemented an educational proficiency plan so that after testing in the following couple of years, students would still experience a rich curriculum that would help them achieve a level of proficiency. Science and technology engineering was added in 2010 as well as the class of 2010 as a requirement. So now the competency determination needs to be earned in all 3 of these subject areas. In science, technology, engineering, there are 4 different tests. If you pass any one of the 4, you can qualify for that competency determination. Now, as the Commissioner mentioned at the opening to this discussion, the MCAS was not designed with college and career readiness in mind. So as we go forward and look at park, this is going to become one of the shifts as well as we look at assessment, having an assessment program that's intentionally designed to move us in that direction.
So this slide is actually on our website for educators, and it illustrates the 2-year transition of MCAS, not the transition to PARCC, but the transition of the assessment itself of MCAS. For the last 2 years, classes and instruction has been moving toward the new standards. This year it's full implementation of the new standards, and so as instruction, the assessment had to do the same. So in grades 3 through 8, the new assessments the new standards are being assessed. In grades 10, however, because of the competency determination, we are assessing standards that overlap with the previous standards and our new standards. And that's how we're going to be doing that until 2015.
So again, a key part of setting standards for students, and particularly for high school graduation, is providing enough notice, enough familiarity, and instruction in the new standards. So you see that in grade 10, we're not making major shifts in what the grade 10 MCAS and ELA and math are in fact assessing. So we're going to move now to PARCC, the Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers. Just a couple of thumbnails on that. It's an alliance of 19 states, although, as you read in the newspaper and was commented on during the public comment part of our meeting, Florida is considering removing itself from PARCC. At this stage, they've made a step in that direction, but not a decision that I understand from their interim commissioner to be final. Mitchell, is that?
Well, without spending too much time on Florida, Florida's been equivocal at best. Yesterday, their governor formally issued an executive order to the State Board of Education, a cease and desist and pull yourself out of PARCC. I assume that's going to be definitive, but we'll see what the State Board does.
So the role of the PARCC states is to develop common assessments and resources for ELA literacy and for mathematics, and they're aligned to the Common Core state standards, which constitute the vast majority of standards that the board adopted in 2010 for those two subject areas. It's funded by a U.S. Department of Ed, $186 million Race to the Top grant, and key to PARCC is the collaboration between K-12 and higher education. Commissioner Freeland from Commissioner of our Department of Higher Education actually co-chairs the group of higher ed commissioners who are involved with PARCC, as our commissioner chairs the governing board for the K-12 chiefs. So PARCC in Massachusetts. In 2010, we joined as a governing state. A governing state means that we're making a commitment to really help develop and implement PARCC. It was signed by Governor Patrick, former Secretary of Ed Revel, and Commissioner Chester. The key here is that the commitment to adopt PARCC, the PARCC assessments, is provided they are at least as comprehensive and rigorous as our current MCAS assessments. Our shorthand for that is PARCC needs to be as good or better than MCAS, and that's just the bottom line every step of the way. These are the PARCC states, and as you can see, we're going to have some updating to do with Florida, but this is the array of states. Dark blue indicates a governing state. The two light blue states are states that are still on the fence, debating whether to join PARCC or Smarter Balanced. So we're going to look at PARCC from a couple of points of view. Why are we signed on to PARCC? Why are we committing so many resources and so much energy from our staff and across our state on moving towards PARCC, and this first one is on focus on standards. So if we look at the PARCC summative assessments, the things that will distinguish them is a focus on grade level standards. And this has been at the heart of our assessment program from its inception, MCAS. The focus on grade level standards is intended to really reinforce we need to have high expectations for all students to succeed, to thrive. Now, there'll be more to PARCC than this, more than we've been able to do with our current comprehensive assessment system, but the grade level standards are central to this. There will be performance-based assessments that go beyond even the best of what we're able to do today with the constructed response items we have in English language arts and math. The MCAS assessments are highly regarded nationally, and a lot of that has to do with the ability of students on the assessment not just to do multiple choice, selected response, but to really craft responses that are thoughtful and test how deeply do you get this. Can you, in fact, engage a difficult problem and solve it? PARCC's performance-based assessments will take that and go deeper, and there's some examples that Liz talked about for ELA when we talked about the standards. Those standards will be assessed in the performance assessments. Literary analysis, that is not just your opinion about a text, but your ability to really understand the author's intent and what evidence there is in that text for taking a position. Narrative writing, research simulations. We heard from higher education that many of our students get into freshman classes and they are not able to craft a research paper. There are performance assessments being developed for PARCC that will develop research and the ability of a student to show their ability to do a research simulation. And in math, as we discussed earlier, the idea that real-life applications, you're going to solve problems that you're going to encounter in college and in your careers, in your job. I want to comment on this slide as well. That standard of PARCC will be as good or better than MCAS is not something that we're taking a wait-and-see look at. Liz and her staff are deeply engaged in every committee that exists in PARCC to develop the items, to make sure that in fact they accomplish what we're talking about, that they make the standards come to life, that they're engaging, and that students will in fact have an opportunity to show what they've learned. Going beyond the summative assessment, PARCC is intended to be a system and a suite of tools. There is one more required part to the summative English language arts and math, and that is a speaking and listening assessment. This is a really new area for all of us. How can we help teachers and students understand a child's development in speaking and listening in a more structured way than we've been able to do in the past? It's a required assessment. It will not have a score that gets put into the summative assessment. This is too new for us. This is where we're trying out some pretty bold and innovative ideas. There are 2 optional assessments. In K1, there'll be some formative assessment tools that can be used at a district's or school's discretion. There'll be a diagnostic assessment that does not stay just within grade level, but really enables teachers and students to understand where are these students' strengths, where do they trail off, where do we really need to focus some attention and potentially differentiate instruction to fill any gaps, or allow a student who's very advanced and identify that they're operating beyond and above grade level. Model content frameworks are already posted to the website for PARCC. There are prototype sample assessment tasks, and as the Commissioner mentioned, in the coming months we should be able to create an opportunity to see what they look like. They will be assessment tasks not only in the performance assessment, but there are innovative item types that you can do once you go online that are machine scorable. So we have more opportunities for students to construct responses, but in fact take advantage of the technology to enable us to score them in an efficient way and turn that around quickly. Professional development modules are to be developed over the coming several months, And there's a group of Park Fellows, 24, in Massachusetts, the majority of them from K-12, several of them from higher ed, that have gone deep into what Park is developing and making presentations, engaging schools, engaging districts and others in conversations about what does this look like, how is it going to work, how do we get ready for it. This is just a summary of the assessments. You see the optional ones to the left, the summative assessments are to the right. And they happen, the summative assessments, the performance-based would be about the 3/4 point of the year, March, April. And the end-of-year assessment would be in May, beginning of June. All the results will be available to teachers and students and parents before the end of the school year.
So, we have just started the planning process for the Park field test, which is going to be the first field test that Park has administered. It's happening this spring. The purpose of the field test is to test items, to make sure items are appropriately assessing the standards and that they're clear and they function as they are intended. In the spring, 70% of our schools here in Massachusetts will participate in the field test, with an average of 2 to 4 classes per school participating. A class will take either the performance-based assessment, which happens in March to April, in either ELA or math, not both, or they will take the end-of-year assessment in either ELA or math, and that happens in May, June. The small number of students, about 10% of the 15% of students participating, will take both the PBA, the performance-based assessment, and the end-of-year. One thing to note here, that 10th grade students will only take the end-of-year assessments because it happens post the MCAS administration, and we didn't want to take instruction time away from them before the MCAS.
So this, yeah.
I think the secretary has a question.
Yes.
Just the field test, who picked the schools?
So the contractor for Park, which is Pearson,
Yep.
did the selection from information that's provided nationally about classes and students. So it's a random
It
selection.
was random, so there was no
That's correct.
strategic thought.
Well, the strategy part is you need a cross-section. You need to make sure you get students in urban and rural. You need to get high-performing, low-performing. You need good demographics. That's what they paid attention to, but a random selection creates a random impact on schools. That's part of the discussion we're having with the schools that have been selected now.
Okay, and the technology didn't factor into that at all.
They were selected randomly, but schools that do not have the technology to do the computer-based tests are able to opt out.
Right.
Some are selected for paper and pencil.
I would encourage, if there's a way to go back, you may want to look at Burlington.
Which has a great, and the board has heard from Burlington, a great technology infrastructure, and really is an exemplar of what a school can do and needs to be ready for 21st century learning.
All right.
I was going to mention one other piece on the field test, which is we realize that doing MCAS testing and doing this field testing at the same time is a lot of assessment for students. So what the commissioner has offered to the districts, to the schools, is the ability to opt out of MCAS. This is not grade 10. This is all other tested grades, 3 to 8 we're talking about. Can opt out of MCAS if they're selected to do the performance assessment. Remember, that's happening in March, April. The English Language Arts MCAS test is happening at that same time. There's overlap. So they can opt out of MCAS if, in fact, this is going to be burdensome and too much testing. If they're doing both parts, the performance assessment and the end of year, that certainly would apply. It's a lot of testing. So we're trying to attend to the fact that the volume of testing is an issue, matters, and we're being responsive to schools in that regard, and many schools are taking advantage of that option, and some are not. Some are saying that, we want to learn about Park, we want to see what this is going to be like, implementing this in our school, and we still want our MCAS results. So there are schools that are deciding to do both.
Before you change. Also, I want to point out that there will be a practice test for all schools about the time that the field test is coming out. So if a school is not selected to be in the park field test, they will have the ability to get on and manipulate and do the online practice test. Um, the plan we are proposing is a district, this is for the, actually now we need to shift into the next year, into the spring of 2015 administration. And the plan right now is that we are proposing districts should have a choice to administer either MCAS or PARCC in the spring of 2015, except for grade 10, which because of the ECD requirements, MCAS will be required. Are there any questions on this?
Here there'll be a choice of administering the paper and pencil or the computer administered test, Mr. Secretary. So that's where, in fact, Burlington and other districts that are ready to jump in with both feet. Many districts are working hard to get to the point where they can do the computer-based testing, not only because PARCC is on its way, but they're trying to be digital learning ready for all the resources that are available.
Sure. Go ahead, Harneet.
I just have a big question about the inequity between systems, districts, and schools. Kids who are doing this on a computer and some doing it in pen and paper. I mean, my kids are in a school with one computer lab. Each class has 25 minutes a week at that lab. They have no capacity for this. So I can't imagine they're going to be in the same scoring metrics as districts that are everyone's online and using computers all the time, like a Burlington or a Weston. I mean, it just, I don't understand. If PARCC, I thought the whole point of PARCC was that it was an online test.
So there are enormous advantages as we go forward with computer-based testing. As we talked about, you can do simulations and other approaches. But PARCC is investing quite significantly right now in the research to ensure that the paper-based testing and the computer-based testing are as comparable as possible. You're pointing out this is one of the areas that the Technical Advisory Committee for PARCC has raised as an issue, but they've also proposed solutions. So that is what PARCC is working to ensure, that a paper-based administration, a computer administration, will be as comparable as possible. They'll be very close.
I think the Commissioner and then Secretary Malone is next.
Yeah, so this is not a trivial issue, and the variation in the technology infrastructure in the state is substantial. So we have buildings that are not only up to date in terms of broadband capacity within the school, but we have buildings where kids each have their own device, whether it's a tablet or a laptop or otherwise. And we still have in the Commonwealth some schools where there isn't even a broadband connection coming to the schoolhouse, let alone being distributed within the school. So part of what we're driving in conjunction with this effort is trying to get support for upgrading our schools in terms of technological capacity. There's a couple of initiatives that we're piggybacking on. One is at the federal level. There's a source of funds called E-rate. You may have heard of this. It's been around for a while, and it traditionally, over time, historically, this started out as a way to ensure that all schools and districts in the nation had telecommunications capacity. Was at a time, it started at a time when we still had a lot of rural schools that didn't even have telephone connections, let alone data lines coming into schools. The Federal Communications Commission, which oversees E-rate, it has announced that they are proposing to restructure E-rate to be focused specifically on upgrading K-12 schools' technology capacity. So we are watching that. That should resolve itself by next summer. That's the time frame that the FCC is on. In the meantime, we're having discussions in state with School Building Authority, Ways and Means Committee, and State Bonding Commission on securing state funds to bolster the E-rate funds, because E-rate requires a match, and so we're working on securing federal and state funds to support technology upgrades. That's a work in progress. We'll keep you updated on that as it goes along.
I think Secretary Malone had a comment. Question.
Similar to Mitchell's comment, what's the role of government, right? So the role of government is to make people's lives more efficient, more effective. My boss is very focused on this issue because there is great disparity. This comes down to equity. It's an equity issue across the Commonwealth. We don't have a mechanism, and Mitchell just mentioned some possibilities, but the mechanism to roll out a fully fair, fully equitable infrastructure program across the entire Commonwealth doesn't exist. I think we have some pathways that we're exploring. My office and I know across the secretariats of the governor's administration are all aligned and focused on this issue. This is an economic issue for us. I think we got to be very careful, thinking broadly down the road about what the actual timeline looks like on the ability to have full rollout. I will say that the state of readiness is better than what I was told when I took the job, and I've been out visiting. Believe me, you name it, I've been there. We're doing a much better job of integrating technology, but the issue, if we're thinking one-to-one, if we're thinking tablets, if we're thinking other devices in order to do this, it's we're going to have to be very flexible in our expectation of to do this. I think the model to offer both, I understand what the vice chair worries about is her concern between the two, but I think that's probably, again, is looking at the world. Let's be thoughtful. It's probably the best approach to do a rollout till we get full access with technology across the Commonwealth, which is not there. I think this is an issue that superintendents have been working for a couple of years, given the green light that when we originally started talking about this several, 3 or 4 years ago. But it's the paper and technology option is not the best, but good can't be the enemy of great here. And I think we have to be very just flexible and allow systems to make decisions based on their capacity and need.
I am getting, again, sensitive to time. We have 4 more agenda items. I want to make sure we get through the presentation. If anyone has a really pressing question, I don't want to. Yes, David.
It's quick and it's a quick question.
Okay, that's fair.
Isn't there ample evidence out there to suggest, particularly when it comes to writing tasks, a student's capacity to respond to a prompt online enhances their performance?
So we're looking at the research in a couple of ways. One is across age, because with the younger students responding online, we actually have a research project underway now in PARCC. How well will they be able to do with keyboarding skills and the like? As you move further and you have keyboarding skills under your belt, the ability to compose online enhances your ability to do this work. We heard that from teachers taking our teacher tests, which used to be on paper and pencil, saying it's time to get it online. The compelling piece that Harneen raises is there are still too many schools where it's an event to use computers. You walk down the hallway to a lab, and that's not where we need to be.
So having the access to an online assessment in and of itself could enable a stronger performance at certainly some grade levels. Not having access to an online assessment will slow down the feedback that originally, when we entered into this whole new world of online assessment, one of the advantages that was touted is that we were going to get feedback faster and stronger to teachers so that they were able to make the adjustments and differentiations in instruction. So as this sets up, the less resourced schools are not going to have the opportunity for the students to improve their performance through use of technology, particularly in writing. I think the evidence is pretty strong, particularly in mid and older kids. It does enhance significantly the performance of kids who have access to word processing when responding to a writing prompt. And two, we're not going to get the information back to those schools as a timely that needed most quickly because of the lag that will occur with paper and pencil tests. Pretty much, is that about right?
On the first one, being able to do the writing online is the direction we need to go in. It's where we all compose now. On the second one, the timelines actually work out to be the same. We'll be administering the performance assessments in March, beginning of April, which whether it's done online or on paper, those will all be scored and ready by the time the end of the year test is given in May and the first week of June, so that the results will be able to come together. It's a more laborious process with paper. It's more expensive, quite frankly, but the timing won't be an issue.
Well, is that because we're making, well, thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay. I'm going to ask Bob and Liz to continue on so that we.
All right, so we'll move quickly. We only have, I think, 3 more slides or so we'll move through them quickly. Transition to PARCC. We are in the process of providing more information to districts so that they can plan. The time commitment right now is just under 10 hours of testing, which is looks to be a slightly more than we spend on MCAS. However, our MCAS testing turns out to be untimed, and many schools devote an entire afternoon or day to a session. In PARCC, the time commitment will be that a little under 10 hours plus 50% of additional time for students who need more time. The technology requirements we just discussed, we actually have good data for every school now in the Commonwealth. Yeah.
I feel like that was too fast.
Yeah.
What is the time commitment for how many hours? What did you, sorry,
So
I missed that.
between the performance assessment and the end of year, it's a little bit more than half of that 10 hours for English language arts and a little less than half of that 10 hours for math as total testing time. That's looking at the average time it takes students to respond, and then students will have 50% more time for students who need that, who are not on an IEP where they would have potentially much more time available to them.
Thank you.
Okay. We have good information, the data on technology. The Commissioner talked about E-rate. And we're working on accountability and growth calculations. We, in fact, have a lot of indications we'll be able to keep our information about growth going and consistent as we move from MCAS to PARCC. We talked a little bit about the competency determination in the plan that we're presenting to the board, is that we go at least through the class of 2018 with MCAS. That means that today's 8th grade students are in the class of 2018, and they will continue with MCAS to earn their competency determination in English language arts and math. It means 7th graders, we're going to need to answer the question about how PARCC may fit in with the competency determination, and that's part of the discussion we need to have going forward. Science and technology engineering continues unabated. Transition to PARCC, this is just a high-level list. It was included in in the memo to the board of issues that the board is going to need to consider, and in several cases take positions on and potentially vote. And this is the timeline that shows key places where the board's role or districts are going to be engaging the rolling out of PARCC assessments. And that ends the presentation.
Okay, I just want to look around, see if there are any comments or questions. I don't want to cut this too short, but I am mindful of the rest of the agenda. And this is not the last time we're going to discuss this, believe me, but Penny, I saw you had a comment or question.
One of the questions that keeps coming up is, what is the estimated per student cost of administering the test each year?
So,
grading it.
So the cost will depend on how many students nationally are taking the test, right? So there's economies of scale, right? The estimates are that it would be between 15 and maybe a little bit more dollars for each of math and ELA. In comparison to our current MCAS test, that's less than what we spend per student on our current MCAS test. But that's an estimate. If I might, I don't know if there others want to say anything, but a couple points, Madam Chair. One is, this is the first of several sessions. I mean, we want to spend a lot of time on this fall with you. You've raised absolutely appropriate considerations. What I'm asking you to do is to adopt a 2-year sequence for getting our arms around this, better understanding the assessment, better understanding how the technology infrastructure is going to play out. You may recall, again, a lot of you were not here at the time, but when I first arrived in 2008, and at least 3 members of this board were there at the time, we were ready to rebid our own state testing contract. And at the time, we anticipated doing a lot of this type of new development for ourselves in Massachusetts. We envisioned starting online components. We envisioned doing more performance-based components, more authentic kinds of assessments. And with the recession hitting and the state budget being cut and the assessment budget being cut, we were not able to fund any of the new development. We just hung on to the core MCAS assessment. And so we have been very instrumental in the design of this assessment. Working with other states, have the ability that the federal grant provided for us to do incredible development that we could not do on our own as a state. So I want you to feel comfortable with the recommendation and ask the questions, push on the issues. I don't think we'll have all of these issues resolved in the next 2 months, but I do expect that the 2-year timeline that I'm outlining here will give us a chance to get our arms around all these issues and make a very informed decision about the future of the state's assessment program as a result of that. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you, Bob and Liz.
Okay, Ruth?
I know we're going to be spending more time on this, and I don't expect this to be answered right now, but just kind of looking at the big picture about this proposal, I think that we really need to have a really clear understanding about what we mean by as good as or better than. I guess one of my questions, and it doesn't have to be answered right now, is if we determine that PARCC is as good as MCAS, then why do we switch to PARCC? Why would we change? And then I want us to be clear about how we define, or that it is better than, because at this point I don't have a clear sense of what that even means. Again, I think that I'm just raising this because I hope that the next time we talk about this, we're much clearer about that. And I said why we would even want to change if it's as good as.
Fair enough. Good question. Are we, yes, Dan.
Thank you. One of the concerns I have based off the students I've been talking to is the potential for cheating on the PARCC assessment. And I know with any test there's always the possibility of cheating, but depending on how you administer the test online, you can just open up the code on the page and find all the answers for multiple choice. And that's when you do it with client side instead of server side. And essentially what client-side means is just like a web browser, like through your web browser, and a server would just be your local school server. So I just want to know if that's being taken into consideration currently.
Yes, the short answer is absolutely. That's very much in our field of view.
Thank you for alerting us, though. We're not going to have any of that client activity. Okay, yes,
I
Secretary.
mean, but this is the reality that I'm experiencing out there every single day, that these guys are so much more advanced than we are.
Right.
And we need to think about that as we roll this out, because we're thinking about something from a 20th century construct, because that's our experience, when these guys are already 15 feet ahead of us. And thank you for your,
Yeah.
all right?
It's great,
Thank you.
Dan. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to thank Bob and Liz. It was a terrific presentation. Much more to come. Thank my fellow board members for raising issues which we need to address over the coming months. All right, we're moving on to the items for discussion and action. Starting with number 1, we're going to talk about the plan for administering MCAS and PARCC student assessments. This is a continuing discussion, and I'm going to turn to the commissioner and his team to tee it up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a continuing discussion. As the chair said, we spent some time on this at our September meeting, and I am asking you to vote in November on the 2-year plan for transitioning and getting our arms around PARCC and giving our educators an opportunity to better understand PARCC. Today, we have Bob Bickerton and Steve Krastowski from my staff, and we're very privileged to have with us 3 educators, Darren Burris from Boston Collegiate Charter, Mary Beth Banyos, Assistant Superintendent in Shrewsbury Schools, Public Schools, and Christine Shaw from Salem State College. These 3 individuals are 3 members of, Bob, about 25 of our PARCC fellows, 25 roughly the right number?
Yes, we have 24 PARCC fellows, but we'd be happy to bring it up to 25. They're making quite an impact.
Okay, so we're pleased that you'll be able to hear from them. We have a group of 24 educators from Massachusetts who are getting a deeper dive into PARCC and serve as resources to their educators around the state. But today, what I would like is for the board to get a more concrete sense of what is PARCC, why are we headed down this path, what is it, what value does it hold the opportunity for us, value add above and beyond our current assessment regime of the MCAS assessment. So, Bob, I'm going to turn it to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as board members will recall, in September, we went through a great deal of information about PARCC and how it's shaping up and the priorities that we're trying to address through it. As the Commissioner mentions, today we want to actually get under the hood a little bit and look at what's emerging from the PARCC assessment, because in November you'll be asked to vote on a plan, not to adopt PARCC at this stage, but what is the 2-year process that will help us understand that it's a better assessment than MCAS or not. So today, if we move to the next slide, we're going to go through 4 different parts in today's discussion. The first of them is to talk a little bit about what makes an assessment rigorous and high quality. You've heard during testimony, and I'm sure over the years, MCAS is very highly regarded in the nation. We're going to talk a little bit about how that happens, what it is, and then we're going to move into PARCC and do some contrasts to look at what PARCC is doing to meet those same standards. We do have our 3 PARCC educator fellows at the table who are out in the field talking to educators, helping educate them about PARCC, listening to the issues that they bring forward, and working to answer as many of those questions as possible. They're going to be able to provide insights as well, and they bring core expertise in 3 different areas. Mary Beth has some depth in English language arts in particular, and Darren in math. Christine Shaw brings the higher education perspective and a readiness center perspective. So we'll be sharing that. And then we'll talk about what makes PARCC an assessment system. So one of the comments, again, in earlier testimony was, what does it take to be an assessment system rather than just a test? And PARCC is working hard on that. So we picked out these 4 dimensions of assessments to highlight what goes into rigor, what goes into quality, and it starts with alignment to standards. Our state has a long history of adopting, the board adopting, rigorous standards that really set high expectations for all students. The assessment must be very closely aligned to that. We need to assess what is taught. Grade assessment items, these are the building blocks of any assessment, and it's quite a process to move from a standard and actually be able to find ways to directly, clearly, and creatively at this point understand how students are performing on those standards. MCAS really paved the way for large-scale state assessments when it comes to measuring hard-to-assess standards, yet the new standards that you adopted in December of 2010 set that bar even higher. They have high expectations for what students are going to be able to do to be college and career ready, and the PARCC assessment needs to find ways to measure these hard-to-assess standards, and we believe you'll see today some ways that PARCC is accomplishing that. Then comes the final one, and working with almost 20 other states on the PARCC assessment has given us even deeper insights into what is and is not working across the nation. And what you see are many states, unfortunately, where the assessment contractors are driving the bus. They're the ones who are driving what assessments emerge. And then there's other states like ours that really say, no, we are the keeper of these standards. We need to, in fact, make sure that vendors, that assessment testing companies, are in fact responsive to what is best practice and give us the highest quality items and tests. So you have, in addition to the presentation, a packet of materials that have some of the test items that we're going to talk about. They were also at the table for the public as they came in, so people have copies as well. We should think of these as test secure items. You'll be asked at different points to give them a close look and think about what they're asking and what might be the way to approach getting an answer. We won't be reporting out, but we will be spending some time understanding just what it is about that item that accomplishes something important in the assessment. So here's an MCAS multiple choice item. It's from grade 4. There are assessments in many states that are 100% multiple choice items, and we think that's a big mistake. On the other hand, we have a lot of standards to cover, and multiple choice is a way to actually get at some of them. This is an example. And what you see in this item, take a moment to read through it, is 4 different choices at the end that help not only say one of these is right, one of these is not, the other 3 are not, but the distractors, the items that are not the correct answer, go right to misconceptions that students might have in 4th grade as they're learning this material. So you not only learn something from when students pick the right answer, but you learn something when they don't. And that's an item that's constructed to do more than simply get a score. Now we move into the harder to assess standards and the essays that students are asked to write. Here's an example from grade 7. Here's a prompt. Take a moment to read through. So this is one of the places where MCAS has distinguished itself because you have an opportunity for students to engage in more extended writing. And the more extended writing is an area that touches on issues of readiness for further grades, for further academic development, and it works us in the direction of college readiness, but maybe doesn't get us all the way there, as the Commissioner mentioned earlier. MCAS was not designed intentionally to set the stage for college English courses. This item you're going to see again later when Mary Beth talks about some insights that she's gaining as she looks at PARCC, what it's doing to take issues like this and move them further. So we won't stay here, but just know that this is a distinguishing characteristic of MCAS, and PARCC picks up on that and moves it further ahead. We didn't just all the way through. Right there. So we have the development process, and I talked about the role that the state plays and that educators in the field play in coming up with strong items in our assessment system. Let's go to the next one, because it's not so much the details here all the way through, but the role that our staff and that educators in the field play, that the board plays. So you see here highlighted in blue, starting with the board's role in approving the frameworks, the different places that our staff and that educators in the field, literally hundreds of educators in the field, engage this process as an item works through each of these stages. And it's become very clear that's a distinguishing characteristic of a quality assessment, that it's not left simply to the vendor to have some specification, come up with items that do this, but it is that back and forth with educators in the field and staff who understand what make a good assessment item. And we'll return to this when we talk about PARCC, because this is a shift for many of the states in PARCC, but it's an element that we believe is going to help drive quality and excellence in the PARCC assessment. So we're moving on to our PARCC fellows, and the first is Mary Beth, and here's the microphone.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. In my role as a fellow, I have an opportunity to talk with a large number of my colleagues. I belong to a couple of collaboratives that consist of assistant superintendents and curriculum directors that represent over 36 different districts. I also have had the opportunity to speak to folks at the higher ed level at Worcester State, and a large number of informal conversations with my colleagues, just keeping them up to date in terms of what's happening with PARCC. In those conversations, particularly around the ELA frameworks, the tone is around, one, echoing what the educators said earlier, that teachers are feeling really good about these standards, that they feel that these standards are taking us in the right direction. They are also very struck by the level of rigor that is required in the shifts that we will need to do as educators to be sure that we prepare our children to be ready for this level of assessment. Particularly when we look at the level of the complexity of the text that all students will be required to be able to read and understand and process. And also the importance of the formulation of argument, which really gets to the heart of critical thinking and being able to read from a variety of sources and then be able to synthesize that information and create a well thought out argument. That work, starting at the primary level, is something that while we are certainly doing some of that, all of the educators that I speak to have said that we need to do additional work in this area. To demonstrate what's happening in terms of the new level that we are asking our students to move to, I'm going to show you two assessment questions. The first is from MCAS.
Mary Beth, could I ask you to explain what you mean by formulation of argument? I'm not sure that everybody would automatically understand that, right? And I think it's a core construct here.
Sure. So, and I think as we go through these assessments, that will help be developed as well. But what we're talking about in terms of formulation of argument is asking students to read different types of texts and to present an argument based on what they're reading, so that they have to go into the text and they have to find specific evidence from the text to support whatever argument that they're making. And they need to do that with complex text. So we are asking our kids to slow down. Reading is thinking. Think deeply about what you're reading, and then synthesize the different ideas that are coming across a variety of texts and pull them together so that you can then express out a well thought out argument based on what you've read. Is that helpful?
It is, but haven't we always asked children to give us their opinion on a given issue?
Well, let's take a look at these two slides and let's see if it clarifies a little bit. So the MCAS 7th grade long composition prompt is one that you just saw a little bit earlier. It's asking kids to imagine that about a day and that they could change places with somebody, and they ask them to talk about describe how your life would be different as this person. You'll notice that this prompt does not ask students to refer back to any type of text, that they can kind of decide anything they like would be fine. I'm going to offer you my opinion, not based in any type of evidence. Now let's shift to what the PARCC 7th grade writing assessment looks like. And I think you're going to see a very significant shift here. In this particular test item, students are asked to read across and take information in across 3 different sources, 2 of which are text, and 1 is actually a video source. And they are asked to look at and read through and understand and view and come up with some understandings about what these sources are telling them about Amelia Earhart. After they do this work, I want you to listen very carefully to the wording of the question. Write an essay that analyzes the strengths of the arguments about Amelia Earhart's bravery in at least 2 of the texts. So it's not saying, do you think Amelia Earhart was brave? It's saying, analyze the argument that the authors are providing, and then you need to write an essay based on that analysis, providing evidence from the text. So when you look at those 2 different pieces of writing, 1, tell me your opinion about trading places with someone, versus read through and synthesize information from 3 different sources and then analyze the strengths of the argument in those sources and provide evidence to support your argument. That's a significant shift. And to your point, Commissioner, we have been doing some of that work, but the level of rigor around this has gone up substantially. And as the educators who spoke earlier said, this means that we need to provide our teachers lots of professional development about how to do that work and how to get our students to this place. But it certainly is work worth doing, and these are the types of skills and strategies. When I was meeting with some folks from Worcester State last week, that they said were exactly on target with the skills and strategies kids need to have as they enter school, college, and career.
And you will notice in the packets that are before you, as well as the packets for the public, the 3 different texts are included there. And there's some extended reading to do. They're not simple and short. They actually require some extended reading. So when we talk about the performance assessment happening at a different time, it's to not have so many hours of testing in one batch. This happens at the 3/4 point of the year, as you may recall from September. I'm going to turn this to Darren, who'll talk about both his engagement with educators in the field and also a view into some of the math items that are emerging.
Greetings, great to be here, it's an honor. I'm a little bit of a blogger, Twitter hound, so a lot of my educator engagement happens in and out in the Twitterverse and whatnot, but also I've had an opportunity as a PARCC Fellow to speak and do PD at BPS, Quincy, Charter School Networks and whatnot. What I would say overall about PARCC itself as an assessment system when I interact with these different audiences is that there's a high level of ignorance. There's not a lot of clarity around all the specifics about what is PARCC, who makes it, how does it get developed, what are the items like. There's just kind of a general level of, not necessarily apprehension. There's definitely a sense that they want to know more, but they just don't know enough about it to hold an opinion. But usually after a PD, the conversation switches, especially with math teachers, because math teachers like hard, cool, interesting math problems. And so if you give them and show them that things are going to be more interesting, more compelling, more rich, then they shift to the specific questions like, how long does a kid have to take this test? What kind of calculators do you have? What kind of calculators can they use? What kind of tools will be available in the online assessment? And so that's usually encouraging that once they see some of the items, they get a better sense of what PARCC is. They're a little bit more hopeful to, and a little bit more positive to engage what's possible with a math assessment that's online. I'm going to turn to the items now. I would say a note about high school math, something that's kind of high school math teachers in the Commonwealth, I think most of them agree that the high school math, the MCAS in the 10th grade, is a quality exam. And they have a lot of competency around what the old standards were and how they're assessed, how the test works, what kind of items are given, and things like that. However, I don't think you can meet many high school math teachers that think that that necessarily means a student's score on that has any indication of whether they're ready for college level work. And many high school math teachers know that a student that gets proficient or advanced in the high school math exam, that doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to end up taking a college remedial math course. So there's a very clear respect for the MCAS in terms of it being a quality assessment of the previous standards, but that it is not necessarily an indicator of college and career readiness. So a lot of them are excited to maybe get an exam that pushes their instruction, but also is a little bit more honest indicator of whether they're ready for college level math. I picked an item from 5th grade. The first one is the one that's up there is the 5th grade standard given last year. You can read the standard or read the question. A couple of things I want to highlight from the MCAS one here is that if you look at the numbers that are selected in that particular presentation, is you have whole numbers 20 and 180. Actually, the work of the grade in 5th grade is fractions, but in this applied problem, we're really only dealing with very simple calculations that students have been doing for some time, probably since 3rd grade. Another thing to reveal this item shows is that this is dealing with area of a rectangle, but there's actually no way for kids to visualize that. They could go and they could sketch something on a piece of paper, but the item itself doesn't necessarily offer the support to visualize the mathematics that's happening. Also, in this multiple choice context, students could actually test each of those options to determine which one's accurate. They wouldn't necessarily have to absolutely know to divide properly. They could try 9, 18, 50, 70, and whatnot. There's actually an option there to choose. They're staring at one of the 4 correct options. So when you go to the PARCC item, it's very tiny, so I apologize for that. But you can see a couple of things happening that's a bit different. You have an applied context that has to deal with area. However, you're also, when you're dealing with that applied context, you're also making students apply the numerical work of the grade, which is mastery of fractions. So we have a problem that's still assessing area, but we're actually asking them to bring into play the work of the grade, the numeracy of the grade, which is fractions. The other thing that's interesting and sort of pushes the online component here a bit more is that on the right there, that box, a student doesn't actually have to use that to create the correct response. However, it is a tool that enables them to model the area that they're actually calculating. So they can actually engage that tool based on the context to help them support their calculations, to help them visualize what's going on, kind of broadens access to the problem. And then if you look in terms of the answer choice, there are none. That means a student has to completely generate this response on their own to show that they actually have mastered the content, and they have to actually enter the correct value. I would say, as a high school math teacher, and I'm a 5 to 12 coach at my school, instructional coach, this is exciting, but also teachers are going to need a lot of support, because having no answer choices to select from, having a digital tool that actually could help a student, but also preparing them to use those digital tools as a support. There's lots of different things about this item that make it much more rigorous, which I think most teachers are excited about, but they definitely need preparation, help with technology, and general support on this bigger shift in assessment.
If I could, so poor Darren and Mary Beth had no warning that I was possibly going to engage them, but one of the and I'm going to make a statement, but Darren, I'm really interested in how you might respond to that or think about it. One of the major shifts, as I think about our new curriculum frameworks in math that we adopted 3 years ago, as opposed to the previous frameworks in math, is a more deliberate progression of skills as you move up into the upper elementary grades and middle school grades, and a narrower set of objectives. And I don't know if your selection of the fraction example was purposeful or not, but certainly proportional reasoning gets much greater emphasis in the current math frameworks than the earlier ones did. Fractions, percents, ratio, proportion. Because my understanding is we better understand today than we did a decade ago that students' conceptual understanding of proportional reasoning puts them in a much better place for tackling algebra and beyond. And historically, we have not done a great job in our schools of delivering instruction around proportional reasoning. Do I have that right? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, you're right. I would say, though, just because I have another opportunity to speak, that when you're thinking about this item actually is a lot more difficult. And to pick up on the issue of focus in terms of having fewer standards to go deeper, this 5th grade item with fractions in a context with a tool to visualize it, 5th grade is basically the culmination of a fraction sequence. So fractions begin in 3rd, more are added in 4th, and then even more is added in 5th. So each year there's a real intense focus on development. So with these new standards and with this new kind of difficulty of item, you actually have the ability to get kids to perform at this sort of level because you have the focus and you have the development of the fractions. And the other thing is that we talked about hard to assess standards. One of the standards in mathematics, some of the standards in mathematics are about the process of mathematics, not the content. And one of those is learning to model with mathematics. So a lot of times people think of mathematical models as linear models for unemployment rate or something like that. But that work starts even in 5th grade where kids are modeling area in this way. So this is another way to bring in a piece of the standard that's a little bit harder to assess than a paper and pencil. Kids actively model a mathematical idea here.
2 footnotes to the exchange just then. The standards also, because they're not spiraling forever through the grades, have an assumption that by 5th grade you're going to actually know fractions, and there's new math ahead in 6th, 7th, and 8th. So middle schools are not supposed to be the place where we're still doing 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade math, yet that has been a great deal of what we've seen our middle school teachers need to work with. So this theory of action, this approach, is to really tee up learning math that's going to prepare our students for high school and then beyond high school. One other footnote to this, you're seeing some samples of items that we call technology enhanced. And there are things you can do on that screen when it's enabled that are pretty exciting, the modeling pieces, the drawing pieces. That's not built yet on the PARCC website, so they sit there pretty static, most of them. But by this spring, that will be enabled, so you'll be able to see what happens here. And the other thought here is we need human scoring for the constructed response that we do with MCAS for when students are creating responses. But here you see an example of something that can be machine scored. More efficient, but also enabling more items to be constructed. Let's not have multiple choice in front of you. Build this answer. So these are shifts as well in the way the assessment happens. Let me turn it to Christine Shaw. Oh, you moved right next to me.
Yes.
There
Yeah.
we go.
Thank you. I first want to recognize that Massachusetts is one of the few states that included higher education fellows in the national project. And I think that speaks to our determination that we are, we really look deeply at this statement, college and career readiness determination. And I don't want to end at there, but add 4 ELA, literacy, and math. And the reason I want to emphasize that is I think as we move forward with trying to increase our rigor and connect birth through university public learning in Massachusetts. This is exciting opportunity. The PARCC assessment is about determination in mathematics, English language arts, and literacy. It is one piece of education delivery and one part of assessment. It does not disrespect or lay any less value to what the classroom teacher evaluates and grades. At the higher ed level, GPA and classroom rigor and course taking is one of the highest indicators of a student's success. GPA and what class they took. So that is still a vital part of our assessment system. In addition to that, it's not just about English language arts and literacy, it's about humanities, it's about civic responsibility, and it is absolutely about employment skills and how we assess that. So it is one piece, and I think sometimes when we're embarking on a new venture, it's supposed to be the end-all, be-all. So speaking to that, my work has been with engagement teams. The Department of Higher Ed has put together with the Readiness Centers engagement teams, and we've been working on all of the public campuses around the state with the PARCC Fellows to educate higher ed faculty and staff about the Common Core standards, the curriculum frameworks for English language arts and mathematics, as well as this new assessment. And I think we have only begun that process. We need to continue that because, echoing kind of what both my partners said, some of the uncertainty is based in not understanding. Last night I had the opportunity of being invited to a group of faculty from Harvard, BU, Salem State. They get together and they're part of a literacy group, and they're very concerned and focused about literacy. Both in the teacher prep programs, but also at the higher ed level. And I shared with them Mary Beth's 2 examples. And when you show of that question, asking students to analyze pieces of text, and you think about what people experience in both college and careers. In careers, you must look at proposals and you must determine which is a better one. You have to analyze what you read. You need to succinctly write about that to either present to your board or to your professor. So these skills are really relevant to the field. What I feel is a challenge for us is, are we ready to make this statement about our pre-K-12 system? Are we ready to say, we're going to give them a determination of college readiness, and the colleges are going to say, are they? Because right now we know that we have a struggle. For a number of our young people, they graduate our public school systems and they do go into remedial classes. And they have been able to graduate, and we've made a determination they're ready to graduate, but now we're actually upping the ante. And I truly appreciate it. I was a guidance director for a number of years, and it is extremely disheartening to talk to a parent and a child and say, yes, you were in college prep, yes, you were there, and they were like, but why do I have to take this course? And I think we are putting a much higher demand on us as public educators. I think we're ready to do it. We need additional support. I would like to echo what Teach Plus and the MTA individuals said earlier. We have to continue with professional development. Because we've done it once doesn't mean everybody got it. And then in closing, access, I think, is so important. One of the things that I've been struck with having this opportunity to be part of PARCC is how the test is being designed to remove as many barriers as possible for as many students. And that's a shift. If you think about, he just showed an example of if a student has to only think in paper pencil, in black and white paper, and can't see a visual picture, can't click on a word and get the definition. We want to test what we say the standard is. We don't want to test that they have an amazing science vocabulary. So why not? We can all look up a word. So this exam is designed to allow students access to glossaries, to highlighting, to bold, no matter who you are. Not just because you have an IEP or a 504, but all students. It's going to increase access for them to tell us and to share with us what they know and what they can do and what they still need help with. So I thank you for having this opportunity. I think just in closing, Frederick Douglass once said, without a struggle there can be no progress. And I think embarking on really creating a birth through university public education system for all citizens is going to take some struggle.
So we're going to move a little bit more deeply into PARCC. We're going to talk some about how PARCC is going about creating a rigorous and quality assessment, building on some of the insights, some of the windows into the test that you already heard from our PARCC fellows. And we're going to take a look at some more items. But here are PARCC's core commitments, what guides every step of the process. And we don't need to repeat these. You heard these principles articulated as the PARCC fellows talked about the kinds of items and differences. But the fact is that we need to align with standards that are creating higher expectation for all students. So we're going to actually go on to the PARCC website. I'm confident the technology is going to cooperate with us, so we're heading there now. And we're going to take a look at a grade 5 ELA item. Here we go.
So, Bob, just
yep.
be conscious of time. So I don't know how many of the items you plan to go into, but we probably don't have time to go into all of them in depth. But so.
Okay, so we won't ask you to read and answer every question as we go, but we will scroll down. So scroll down this, and what you're going to see here, and it's in your packets again, is an item that has two parts to it. It has both the article, and as we scroll down, keep going. You see a sidebar here, which is not something that any of us are unfamiliar with as we're reading magazines and journals and even in our newspapers or online pieces. You've got text moving in two places here, and this is an opportunity for students to engage in a process like that. Let's move back into the presentation. So move down, and we see some of the items here. So you'll see some starting with vocabulary. Ignore the asterisks, which point to the right answer. You can take this later, given our time constraints. But then you say, then it gets into and has students practicing this idea of looking for evidence. So what is it that you saw in this piece that led you to the right meaning for dictate? Here's one of those technology-enhanced items that we won't be able to show how it actually works, but there's some drag and drop here. Rather than you're writing your answer, there are a variety of statements that help you answer what's the main idea, and again, looking at evidence, what are the supporting details. So reinforcing that approach to English language arts. Then we get into some of the more challenging pieces within the text. You actually have to read the text very carefully to begin to answer questions here in 3A and in 3B, reinforcing, find evidence in that item. We're going to take a look at a math item. Let's open that to the full page. And, yeah. Okay, so here's an interesting one because it's one where you're looking at the ratio between English measurement and metric, and here actually is one of the few places where the system is actually showing the technology enhancement. The student has the opportunity to use this slider to take a look at, for example, what happens when I hit 1 inch. What does that tell me about how many centimeters that's equal to? And I can take a look at 1 centimeter and compare that to what portion of inch. And then it asks, you know, let's go through and describe the aspects of that ratio. We'll move back to the presentation. I believe this might be the last of our samples. Let's bring it up. Mila's swimming tool. We're in Algebra 1 now. And here you see a more extended task and set of questions. And we're going to scroll down, and this is one where there are no asterisks and there are no answers. You can do this as a homework assignment later. All the materials are in your packet, but it's asking you to do a number of things with, again, a rate of flow and a problem that isn't too distant from something you could imagine engaging in. You'll see a rubric as we scroll down here about how, let's stay with the charting for a minute. Here's a place where you take advantage of what you can do online, because you not only can chart this on paper and pencil, but the tool will allow you, once it's functional, to do graphing right online. And then the rubric describes, and here it's for teachers and potentially for students alike, what is it about this item that we're focusing on? What is it that might have an impact on instruction? What would enable a student to be ready to engage an item like this in an Algebra 1 class? Let me note that a lot of these items were developed almost a year ago, and we're about ready to post a new set of sample items on the website that are going to show how much we've learned about how to do this well over the past year. So these are interesting items. They push beyond some of the things we've done in MCAS in the past, and when the release comes out, the same website, the PARCC website, will have new sample items that really create a broader number of opportunities to look at math. And for Paul Toner, who spoke earlier, we'll make sure we get that out, and people, particularly our math teachers, are able to get in there and not see the limited set that's available to them now. So let's go back to the presentation. So we talked about the MCAS item review, and that process isn't terribly different when we get into PARCC, and it's not terribly different because of the impact that Massachusetts and about 4 other states have brought to this process. This is not about a vendor simply meeting spec and churning out items. There's a heavy level of engagement between the states, between educators in the states, and you see the numbers here of different individuals who've been involved in reviewing items and vetting them. We have 2 very large vendors, Pearson and ETS, the Educational Testing Service, that have not in the past, they do a lot of test development, not in the past been as familiar with this level of engagement in the field, and with math teachers and English teachers pushing back and saying, item's interesting, but it's not ready for prime time. It needs additional work. Go back and try this. Go back and try that. And in the first few months of item development in PARCC, a high percent of items were going back for rework until the vendors got up to speed with what are the expectations here? What are we looking for in a rigorous and quality assessment? So I'll move and we'll wrap up here with a few examples of the assessment system. That PARCC is designed not just to be the test that gets a score, that's the performance-based assessment and the end-of-year assessment, but it's creating these other tools as well, starting with a diagnostic assessment. This is available to teachers. They can use it at any point during the year. A little like airlines, there are some blackout periods here, and that's when the summative assessment's being administered. We don't want these tools to be competing with the fact that students are deeply engaged in the performance assessment or end of year. But for the rest of the year, this and other tools are available to teachers. It's built around learning progressions, as the Commissioner mentioned early, embedded in math and English language arts. They show as increasing text complexity and cognitive demand. This will be computer adaptive, and it will go beyond the grade level standards and a tool for teachers who need to understand, where are my students functioning? Are they functioning at grade level? If so, what is it they know? Where are they strong? Where does their weakness begin? Or does that go 2 or 3 years prior to grade level? Does it go 2 or 3 years past grade level because the student is advanced? This is a tool that gives immediate feedback to teachers and is available at any point in time to use. There will be K-1 formative assessment tools. Grade 2 is included in that diagnostic assessment, but in K-1, this is all optional. It's available at discretion by teachers, by districts, by schools, to take a look at the model content frameworks that have been developed based on the standards, the same standards you have adopted in 2010. And it brings new ways of looking at how you might understand that a student is or is not getting the material and getting on top of the material. Mid-year assessments are misnamed now. Our original thinking was at the halfway point of the year, we would have performance assessments built to the same way that the higher stakes, the summative performance-based assessments would be built. And what we heard back from educators is that this would be a great tool to use at any point in the year. In particular, this would allow teachers to connect those performance assessments with when they're working on that material in the curriculum. And each school, each district, each state is progressing through the curricula in a different pace, a different sequence. This allows educators, schools, to look at these performance assessments and bring them in when that point in the curriculum is reached. And a brand new area for larger scale assessment, speaking and listening. The research is clear about language development and its relationship to academic skills. This is another optional assessment available to districts, schools, teachers to, in fact, have a way of capturing and documenting and understanding how a student is doing in their spoken language and their receptive ability to get content, and actually report on that and understand how they might, the tools that accompany this will give them ways to supplement and support instruction around these areas. So this is a recap. These are the different elements of the PARCC assessment. This is a visual you got to see in September, and it's here just to put it all in one place. And this is the timetable, and here we are right about the midpoint in the school year 2013-14, and we're getting ready for a vote in November about a plan to in fact evaluate PARCC and answer the question, is it a better test than MCAS? Is it the right path forward for us? And you see the additional steps, and 2015 is highlighted in a different color because that's when the evidence will be strongest. We'll have offered districts the opportunity to administer MCAS or PARCC next year in 2014-15, and by that summer, PARCC will be setting standards with a lot of involvement from educators in the different states. And in that fall will be the opportunity for the board to evaluate and size up that evidence. That's the end of the presentation part.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bob and Darren, Mary Beth, and Christine. Thank you very much for telling us what it feels like and what it really is at the field level. So we appreciate. This was a lot of material. Arnina and I would just think, wow, we're going to need some time as a board to digest this more fully. But that was a terrific presentation, and I thank you all for delivering it so eloquently. Right now, what I'm going to do is suggest we take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to hear from the secretary if he'd like to make comments this morning, and then we'll get into the rest of the agenda. Yes, David?
Do we have time for one question? Or
Of course
not?
we do.
Okay. So we have 16 partners in this enterprise? With, you said yesterday there were 17, we're one of the 17, so we're 16. Of those 16, how many have had an experience with a constructed response test?
I don't have a count, but David, I believe it breaks out about almost half of them are using all multiple choice at this point. So if you think about the lift in our own state that we've talked about, it's an even larger lift in those states to really move into this type of assessment.
So you've predicted my next question. So what confidence do we have once the political implications of making this lift are in evidence to those partners that they are going to continue to be with us? Clearly, we're interested in directing this, it's not a national enterprise, it's an enterprise with 16 other state partners, so that we can assure the rigor and the expectation it's going to be better than MCAS. Half of our partners have never been involved even in a constructed response, high-stakes testing environment. And the expectation, optimistic expectation, is they're all going to make this leap right over constructed response, landing in this testing environment that you presented to us this morning. Is that a bit optimistic?
You know, if I might, and Bob, you may want to add to this. I think what you'll see actually is that in the spring of 15, there'll be a bunch of states that will no longer give their legacy tests. They'll be giving PARCC as their new state test a year before we're at that point, that decision point. And they will include some states that historically are high-performing states. I think New Jersey, for example, will be in that batch. They will include some states that historically have been some of the lowest performing states, and with some of the lowest aspiration state assessments. I think, for example, Louisiana will be in that batch. So, you know, I would be shocked if all 17 states stick with it. You know, I fully expect some to drop out, and it'll be for various reasons. But I think there'll be a solid core of states that are very committed, and they're committed to this in part because they know that the tests that are being built are very aspirational. So they're not there with the illusion that they can convince folks to dumb down these assessments.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. So now let's move to a 10-minute break. I'd ask you to be back at 10 minutes of 11. Thank you.
20 years, whatever. But I'm in charge of the Gulf of Maine Research Institute in Portland, so that's what I'm going up for tomorrow morning.
Okay, great. Thank you for being so prompt and getting back to your seats. Before I turn to the secretary and ask him if he'd like to make some comments, I just want to assure board members that after that last presentation, there's been a lot of conversation. We're going to devote part of Monday night next month, the November meeting, if not all of the evening. We'll figure that out later, but we'll devote a significant amount of time to going back and forth with Bob and his team, as there's a lot to digest there. So, with that, let me turn to our secretary and welcome. Wonderful to see you. Please make some comments.
Sure. Thank you for having me, and I apologize for being late this morning. We began our morning at the Governor's Chamber of Commerce speech. to the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the biggest speeches of each year that he gives. And it was very important to note that education was front and center in his remarks this morning, and our strategy around innovation, infrastructure, and education is the driving force in our recovery. He cited all of the success that we've had in Massachusetts in the K-12 world. So all of the success that this agency has been working towards over the last several years. He cited that today, and it was well received by folks. So people understand that the need to invest in education pays off across the lifetime of a child. More importantly, what was exciting was the fact that we're actually closing gaps. Yes, the gaps that we have are still too large for us to be happy about, but the fact that we're actually closing gaps, increasing student achievement, 10 consecutive years of growth is something that we can all be proud of, and the governor, rightly so, called that out, and also called out the tools that the department has to make sure that we're supporting the needs of all of our learners across the Commonwealth, and that no one should be allowed. It's our moral responsibility, our generational responsibility, to ensure that we address deficiencies when we find them, and work to support school turnaround, school differentiation, and innovation across the Commonwealth. So we're very excited to make those comments today, and we look forward to the next 14 months. The governor called arms, if you will, still around investment, and it's our responsibility to continue to invest in education, particularly as we look at addressing the gaps that we have around 3rd and 4th grade. And what does that mean? We're talking about investment in early childhood education, and we're funding Chapter 70 at the highest levels in the history of the Commonwealth. But early childhood is still an area where we feel we could do a much better job of ensuring that the 30,000 young folks that we have without placement in a high-quality program, we can provide access and opportunity to high-quality seats. I know we'll be working hard to address that. In that spirit, I again want to stress the excitement that I have around, for the first time, trying to ensure that the Board of Education and the Board of Early Education and Care work together this year, joint meeting, to be able to talk about the alignment and coherence of our work. As we think about closing those gaps, we can't simply just talk about what we're going to do in 1st grade. We really have to talk about what we're doing for 2- and 3-year-olds, and how our wraparound services are providing services for young people who are all too often caught up in the context of poverty. Having said that to you, I also want to announce that Matt Wilder is the new Chief of Staff for the Executive Office of Education, moving from the communications post, and Sean Faraday, who was the Chief of Staff, is now the Chief of Staff of the Early Education and Care. We'll have a new communication director named Rachel Neff, who joins us from A&F, which will start this week. So we've made some transitions in our office to continue to support the work of our agencies, the work that's out in the field. Having said that, and I actually printed you a piece of paper because I've heard so many comments from members of DESE who talk about me talking about my visits. So instead of citing them, I've actually given you a piece of paper to show you what we've done since August 15th of this year, where we had our first back-to-school visit, and that was actually in Boston at the Margarita Munez School, which began school on August 15th. When you think about, since our last meeting, places that we've been to go out and see things, I'm happy to report that when we talk about things that I don't know about, and quite frankly, there's a lot of things I don't know about. Rural education is one of them. I've been an urban educator 9/10 of my career. So to get out and talk and engage with folks out in communities that have it as hard as some of the toughest urban poverty that I've seen in the Commonwealth, and talking about specific communities that we visited over the last few weeks: Savoy, Chester, Mass, Pepperell, Northern Middlesex Regional, places where we have a blend as well. I'm finding that the needs that folks have in the field are similar to the needs that we have in other places. Of course, everything's contextual, but the comments that I'm receiving around the needs of rural schools, the needs of regional schools, the needs of vocational schools. Yesterday we were out in Blackstone, VoCTech, great day. I got to weld yesterday. That was a highlight of my life. I mean, I got to weld. Feeling really good today. And we talk about the associations that support, from Tom Scott with MASS to the folks from Marvin and the folks from Masbo, some of the regional schools. The good news is conversations that are happening. The department has been very supportive to listen, to engage, to help tweak how we roll out our grand strategy across the Commonwealth. And I'm encouraged by what this means. Of course, we're still going to have some hurdles to jump. But if we do them as thoughtful adults, we work together, we collaborate, we communicate, I think we'll get over those hurdles together as a team and continue the Massachusetts way. We are the tip of the spear across this Commonwealth in this work that we're doing, and we should continue that. I'm also, just quick report, I know folks have heard me speak recently in the last couple months. I've talked about a young man I met up at Tingsboro High School, a young man who on some days he can't come to school because he's sick. A robot goes to school for him. Actually, Channel 5 did a story on him after our visit up there, meeting this young man named Connor Flanagan. Well, I'm proud to report that Connor just he had a lung transplant, and he's healing up. And you think about the honor in our work, not only in the lives of the teachers and the adults in our schools, but in our kids. That when this kid can't come to school, he has a robot that goes for him, because that's how important school is to our kids. So we think about a kid like that, and that's what's important to him about our responsibility and our role, that every single day we got to be up to him, because that's the kids we have in front of us. It's a strong, powerful message. So it's the little things that I'm seeing out in the field, learning, spreading the message, and I'm encouraged about what we have to go forward. I appreciate the presentation. I know this is a topic that not only the superintendents, but the associations and the school committees, everyone's worried because this is going to be a change. But we just keep talking it through, figuring out the best path, and finding the way. I mean, that's how we make change in this country, and it's the only way that thoughtful people know how to do it. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I apologize for being late, and I look forward to continuing our work. I just finally just say the highlight of my week, and it's probably 3 days a week that I'm out there, is visiting the work that we're doing in the K-12 community. And it's really, really, really important that we all get out and see what's happening in the schools, because as we set the policy and the governance role here, the impact down in the classroom, we're getting results, it's having a difference, and we learn by seeing. When we get out, we see it, we hear it, we come back, it helps us inform our policy decision making. So it's one of the reasons we've been on a tear across the Commonwealth looking at schools. So thank you, and look forward to the rest of the presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, we're going to move to item number 2, an update on the science curriculum frameworks. This is a discussion, and I know that Bob Bickerton and I think others will be joining Bob.
Madam Chair, if I might, I'm always very impressed by the Secretary's understanding of this sector, and compassion and passion for the sector. It's been speculated that of all of those visits, that Chester, Massachusetts was your favorite. Is that accurate or not accurate?
So the truth of the story, if I may, Madam Chair, was the day before I went to Chester Elementary School, I emailed our commissioner. I said, I'm going to Chester Elementary School, Chester, Mass. So I expect you to go to Malone, New York, following week. So he's got to uphold his end of the bet. I'm waiting for a picture of him standing in front of the Malone, New York sign. So we'll see how that goes.
It's great. So to get serious, we're going to give you an update on our science and technology engineering curriculum framework revision process. You have Bob Bickerton at the table. I'm pleased to welcome Marilyn Decker. I don't know if everybody knows Marilyn. Marilyn's quite new to the department, heading up our STEM initiatives and work. Jake Foster, you do know, and Jake's been on this mission of upgrading our science, technology, engineering standards for quite a while. We've had a review panel in place. We've piggybacked on work at the national level, initially launched by the National Academy of Sciences, that led to the development of a Next Generation Science Standards Advisory Group. Jake's been a participant in that process. we're bringing to you today for your information draft science, technology, engineering standards. My plan is to make these available to the field and the public for an extended period of review during this school year and during next school year, so that we have 2 years of ability of our districts to look at these, start to implement them, to give us feedback. We expect to continue to make revisions and refinements based on the feedback that we receive. And then I would anticipate bringing these back to the board in final version for adoption sometime during the 15-16 school year, at which point I would bring to you a proposed timeline for implementation. So without further ado, Bob, do I turn it to you?
Very briefly. So just a couple of comments to add to the commissioners. As we know, there's a lot going on in terms of change in districts at this point. So an opportunity to dive in and work with the standards in their current form and help us continue to refine them is going to give them that opportunity over the next 2 years. And they really need and deserve deep engagement of the districts, but they're going to need time to do that given the volume of work they have before them today. I also want to add that Jake Foster has been our lead and liaison to a national process, the Next Generation Science Standards, and you've heard updates from Jake in the past. He represented us exceptionally well, and the standards they developed are stronger and better because of that engagement. But when they were finally completed, Jake and a larger group of us that now includes Marilyn, but I have to also mention Jonathan Landman, our Assistant Commissioner, and Julia Phelps, our Associate Commissioner, have been really deeply engaged in looking at these standards and saying, what is it that's going to help them really come to life in Massachusetts? So Jake has continued the process here in the state. So let me turn it over to Jake because he's the best spokesperson of where we've arrived.
Thank you, and good morning. So I'm pleased to present a brief overview of the broad changes, or shifts if you want to use the Common Core language, that these standards represent compared to our current 2001-2006 standards. So there's 4 broad shifts, if you will. I'll go into each in depth. You'll recognize some of the language here. The first being the notion of college and career readiness perspective in these standards. This is something that we picked up on from mathematics and ELA. You'll recognize the format here is reflecting the similar format that's in the state definition that was referenced earlier in the public comment period this morning. And we've really tried to highlight through initiative with Department of Higher Education and the Readiness Centers to try to get feedback on this from K-12, higher ed, and career and college readiness, career perspective. What exactly it is that constitutes career and college readiness in science. It's a fairly different conversation since we do not have the same kind of remedial higher ed perspective here. So it really is a matter of trying to get some consensus around this. Where we've landed with this is I've underlined a few key concepts here, really emphasizing the importance of real-world context and using relevant science and engineering practices, and I'll explain what those are in just a moment. And really a focus on technical and scientific reasoning as being key. That is not to the exclusion of content. You need the content in order to be able to engage in that kind of reasoning, but from a college and career readiness perspective, that has clearly come out to be a key foundational point for that perspective. Here are the science and engineering practices. This is a significant shift if science teachers open up the draft standards, or when they do. This will be the biggest change that they will see. Our current standards are focused on content almost exclusively, with a minor exception of a few elements in high school. So these science and engineering practices, they originate from the National Research Council framework for K-12 science education, are embedded in the Next Generation Science Standards, and we're continuing that in our draft version here in Massachusetts. They are similar skills for science and engineering. I think you'll note that with the exception of number 1, where there's a difference in science asking questions and engineering defining problems, and the product is represented in practice number 6, constructing explanations for science and designing solutions for engineering. That analytical thinking skill is very similar for those fields. think you'll also recognize a lot of overlap with the ELA skills, literacy skills, as well as mathematics practices. The discussion earlier this morning around the PARCC differences, noting the type of argumentation we're asking for students in ELA and literacy and mathematics. These practices push that same notion of argumentation in science context. Clearly, what counts as scientific evidence will be different. Where that evidence may come from will be different, but asking students to do that same kind of argumentation supported by the evidence they see from scientific phenomena. Like ELA mathematics, these are built on progressions of learning. There is a fairly significant and still somewhat developing learning progression research base in science. These are some of the documents that the NRC, as well as the Next Generation Science standards, pulled from, and we have carried on as well. This learning progression research is meant to highlight the importance and challenge, to some extent, of getting kids to think differently about the world. One of the key assumptions we have to recognize in science is that kids come to all science instruction with prior conceptions about how the world works, just through experience. And our job is to give them enough evidence to change that thinking so it's more scientific in nature, and that is some of what this work is built on. The standards have progressions for both the disciplinary core ideas, or the content, if you will, as well as the science and engineering practices. So these two documents are reflective of the National Research Council and the Next Generation Science Standards, and articulate how for each core idea, each concept, and each practice, the progression and sophistication of student understanding increases with each grade span. These are presented by grade span, and ultimately the standards need to be specific to grades. So this was a key foundational support, if you will, and we'll publish these so people can see the underlying basis of the individual standards. The next shift is that these are tied together within the standards. States have traditionally had, and we had back in our first draft in the late 90s, separate inquiry standards, and then separate from that, content standards. Many states still have that. We moved away from that in 2001 by taking out the inquiry skills from the standards themselves. This version brings them integrated right into the standards. So where our current standards start with cognitive verbs like compare and contrast, describe, explain, these standards will start with the scientific practices, language specific to things like scientific argumentation, analyze data, do an experiment, that kind of thing. And this is also built on some research that's been happening over the past 15 years or so. America's Lab Report, another National Research Council document from 2005, really highlighted the importance of students engaging in these practices as they learn content, not separate from each other, leading to more sophisticated understanding of subject matter, and probably as importantly for us as a state, increased interest in STEM. That's where the context and the relevance comes in. When we present these standards, they will be presented for pre-K through grade 8 as grade-by-grade standards. This is a shift from our current standards, which are currently presented as grade span standards throughout pre-K to 8. So these will be grade by grade, and we have worked to include each of the 4 core disciplines, life science, earth science, physical science, and technology engineering, into each grade to promote integrated curriculum, integrated approach. Doesn't necessarily mean that it will result in integrated units per se, but at least within a year they'll have each of the 4 main disciplines. It's important to note that the Department of Early Education and Care was the primary driver for the pre-K standards, and they have already presented their standards to the board, the pre-K standards. At the high school level, we are, this is one of the significant diversions from NGSS. The Next Generation Science Standards. We've heard from our districts that they want to keep the current model. We are still looking to see, with the emphasis on the importance of practices, the science and engineering practices for college and career readiness, whether or not there are some additional recommendations, standards, and/or guidance that we can make for pathways through high school, or the emphasis of the practices at upper level courses. So we're still working with the Department of Higher Education and the Readiness Centers on that. But the ultimate structure that we have in this current version of it is to maintain the introductory level 9th or 10th grade courses so that students have the options and districts and schools have the options for what courses they take at high school. We have not seen the evidence from a college and career readiness perspective that any particular discipline within high school is needed to be successful in that post-secondary context. It's really the emphasis on how you use those science and engineering practices in whatever discipline you are pursuing. I want to recognize, and you have in front of you the list of all the members, the representatives from across the state who have served on our review panel since 2009 and on our state Next Generation Science Standards Advisory Group since 2011. These 60-plus members have volunteered their time for the past 2 to 4 years and have recognized the importance of this and stuck with it, and through our many versions of this, given the context with the national and multi-state effort. We've also had the opportunity to hear input from the public because the Next Generation Science Standards development process had a couple public comment review periods for anybody across the nation. So we were able to get the data back from our state and incorporate that, and that's part of the reason that we're recommending that we do slight adaptations to MGSS rather than adopt as is. And to Bob's point, I want to recognize the ESE staff, particularly those in the science and technology engineering group who have dedicated significant time to making this happen and facilitating the process throughout.
Okay, great. Well, I think we can pause here and look around, see if folks have questions. We won't be bringing this back next week from here, Monday night, but this is an important point for the state. What I'm hearing from our NGSS rock star, Jake, is that we've decided to, at the high school level, to not follow the guidelines that many others might follow, that we're taking, and I heard this from Bob, we're taking a very slow course of adoption and engagement by the field in recognition of all the other things that the field has to do. And while I didn't hear this from Marilyn, welcome, and it's nice to have you at the department. I knew Marilyn back in her days at Boston. So are there questions for folks? We have some science heavies on the board, and then we have some science not so heavies. So science light, yes, that's a better way to say it. Thank you, Harneen. Not seeing any, that's fine. I guess I want to thank the three of you, Bob and Jake and Marilyn, and I know we'll have more discussion on this. I personally appreciate understanding where we're differing from the rest of the state since I have a U.S. responsibility in my day job. Thanks again. Have a good day.
Thank you.
We have a terrific agenda this evening, and we're going to spend a couple of hours talking about the transition to PARCC. We will talk about it again tomorrow in an abbreviated format. This is a time to ask lots of questions, and tomorrow you'll have that same opportunity. I'm going to ask people to introduce themselves, but before I do, I want to make just 2 short announcements. Due to last-minute conflicts, Penny, Karen, and David could not be here tonight, and they're very disappointed. So we'll take good notes, and we'll bring them up to speed tomorrow. But a really big and exciting announcement is the welcoming of our newest board member, James Morton. We are thrilled to have you with us. Everyone has a copy of James's biography. He brings such broad and important community expertise and business expertise to this board. So we are really happy to have you. We're very grateful to Governor Patrick and Secretary to just say a few words about yourself, or a question we always.
Because I think that the work that you do aligns so closely with the work that I do every day in my capacity with the YMCA. We recognize that there are lots of challenges that young people are facing today, and since we have those children in our care in the after-school and out-of-school hours, part of my commitment, my personal commitment, is to learn everything I can about what makes for a successful child, especially academically, and then to embed those strategies into the after-school hours where those children can be successful and go on to live positive and fruitful lives. So that was the why. I saw it as an opportunity to learn, and I'm really honored to be here and to be a part of this board. You do very important work, providing for the best opportunities possible for our children to to learn and prosper. And I'm pleased to be able to be a part of that in this way.
Oh, great. And I'm glad that your day job and your service job come so closely together and are interlocked. All right, so let's start with Vanessa, and we'll go around and introduce ourselves to our audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Vanessa Calderon Rosado from Milton.
Hi, Ruth Kaplan from Brookline.
Jim DiTullio, Secretary Malone's designee.
Mitchell Chester, Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'd also like to welcome James, and just so there's no confusion, James is the Executive Director, is that the right title? Or
President and CEO.
President and CEO of the Greater Hartford YMCA, but a resident of Springfield. And for better or for worse, James, I am a product of the Greater Hartford YMCA. Spent many years in the programs of the Y, so
Yep.
welcome.
All right, thank you.
And I'm Maura Banta from Melrose.
Harneen Chernow from Jamaica Plain.
And James Morton from Springfield.
Dan Brogan from Dennis.
Great. Okay, well, let's get right into the special meeting, all right? And I'm looking at the team that's going to help us, that's going to lead this discussion. And I'm going to turn to the commissioner just to say, would you like to set up the session, or are we going to turn it over to Bob immediately?
So just let me say a couple of words, Madam Chair, as opening to the session. This is the third month in a row this fall where we have had some discussion about the park assessments that we've been participating in, and my recommendation to you on a 2-year transition process for moving from MCAS to assessing park, giving the Commonwealth a chance to understand what this new assessment is about, and then make a decision 2 years from now based on that 2 years of piloting. So I'm asking you to take that vote tomorrow. Tonight's is just a discussion, and it's a continuation of the overview of the park assessment, some of the questions that we've anticipated you're interested in, and we brought into the discussion Mary Beth Vanios, Assistant Superintendent in Shrewsbury, and Mark Healy, Math Coordinator for Cambridge, the Cambridge Public Schools, and who are among our 25 or so park fellows. So they really have a deep knowledge of the assessments and how what's being developed in these assessments relates to our curriculum frameworks, and they're going to illustrate that for you. I've asked Bob to be cognizant of time, because I know that our board cherishes the opportunity to interact with the presenters, so I know there's a lot to get through, but I also want to be sure that the board has enough time to ask questions and delve into the discussion that you're going to lead. So Bob, take it away.
Commissioner, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us back again. And tonight we have an opportunity to go even deeper into some of the questions, issues, challenges, and opportunities ahead. There are 3 of us at the table, and I'm really fortunate to be joined by 2 of our park fellows, which are our group, as you came to know in the October meeting, who are out in the field really helping this make sense to their colleagues, fellow educators in districts, in schools. But there's many others who are part of tonight's presentation. Not all of us are at the table simultaneously, since we didn't want to crowd the table with more team members than there are board members around the table here. We're going to go through these parts. We're going to do a quick recap of the September and October meetings. Just a couple of high points that we covered. We're going to review the transition plan that the Commissioner presented in September, and that is scheduled for your consideration and vote tomorrow. We are going to ask our park fellows to spend a little bit more time doing something we got a taste of at the October meeting, which is why is it that park is looking to us like it's shaping up to be a strong assessment that's really going to add value in the Commonwealth. Then we're going to talk about some of the issues that are on many people's minds in the field and policy leaders. Let's look at technology and how ready as a Commonwealth we are. We're going to look at accountability concerns, how we can maintain trends, and really continue to have our assessments undergird a lot of decisions that we make. And then we want to talk about communications and the kind of outreach and engagement that's happening with the field. I'm going to highlight just one part of this recap, again in the interests of time, and point you to the curriculum frameworks part. The frameworks, the learning standards that they capture are really at the heart of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And when we talk about MCAS or we talk about PARCC, they're deeply anchored in those standards, and those standards were first adopted by the board in the mid-90s and have been updated a number of times, and most important to the board today are the standards that you adopted in December of 2010. In October, Mary Beth is a return engagement, and Mark is here for the first time talking about helping us look at math. But we did get insights into what the discussion has been in the field and the what's shaping up in terms of taking standards and turn them into items that will help inform instruction, inform teaching and learning, and help us answer how good a job we're doing. The other part we did, and we did it very rapidly, is part 3 here. But these are the parts that take PARCC and move it from simply being an assessment into an assessment system. These are the supports that teachers, that schools, that districts can use. They're voluntary. They're parts that they can use because they find them compelling but are not required. But they help answer a number of questions and provide supports that in our current MCAS system are not bundled with the assessment. So a quick recap of the transition plan. This was covered in the memo to the board as well. But as you know, we have the field test coming this spring, starting in March and into the beginning of April. PARCC will be field testing PARCC performance-based assessment items. And then again in May, we'll be assessing the end of year field testing. The field test is pretty widespread. It's touching on 300 districts and about 65% of our schools, and a lot of work and energy is going into helping our districts and support them with the field test. We will be getting results from that field test in the summer and early fall of 2014, and that analysis will help inform a discussion with the board by mid to late fall of 2014 about what are we learning from the field test. How are the PARCC items performing compared to what we currently know and understand about MCAS? In the winter and spring of the 14-15 school year, it will be a year of choice for districts about whether to administer PARCC or MCAS. That choice is given to districts in the plan that you'll be voting. Just to be clear, this applies to grades 3 to 8. Grade 10 students will continue to take MCAS in 14-15 because of the role it plays in graduation through the competency determination. After that year where districts will choose which assessment to administer, that summer of 2015 is when there will be standard setting. All of the PARCC governing states will work together to set the standards for PARCC based on the information that they've received. That fall, the board will be asked to review the evidence, to review the data, to look at how PARCC is performing and what we've learned from its administrations, both in the field test and in that choice year, and vote to determine whether PARCC is a better test than MCAS, and it should form the foundation for assessments going forward. Spring of 2016, this is telegraphing ahead that if PARCC meets that standard, it would be our operational test, but we will be continuing through the class of 2018, so in that spring of 2016, administering MCAS to our 10th grade students in English language arts and math to help serve as the foundation for the competency determination.
I did that quickly. There'll be more discussion tomorrow, but we wanted to set the context for the vote that is before you tomorrow. And the rest of this meeting and discussion tonight is focused on understanding what PARCC is better and what's coming forward with it. And we're going to begin with our two PARCC fellows.
They're prompted to explain why the Statue of Liberty is important and to support their answers with some information from the text. So that is a current question that exists in the grade 3 MCAS. As we move forward, we're going to be talking about the PARCC question that is assessing some of these literacy standards. In this particular question, students are asked to actually grapple with two different texts. The first text is around Eliza's Cherry Trees, a gift to America, and it starts by checking students' accuracy. How accurately can they read this text? So the first question that you see here is checking to see whether or not the students were able to accurately read what's in the text. And what's interesting about this is it's asking the students to find the main idea. But one of the concepts with the Common Core is that it's not just being able to find the main idea, but always being able to find evidence to support your thinking. So once the student finds the main idea, there's a second part to this question. It asks the student to go back into the text and to identify what sentence or what phrase in the text is a piece of evidence that supports your thinking. So you see accuracy in the first part of the question. The second part of the question is really looking and checking to see whether or not the child understands the evidence that's in that text that helps form that main idea. Then from those types of questions, both on the first text and the second text, the student is eventually prompted to do some writing. And they're asked to compare two pieces, the Peanut Man and the text about Eliza, and think about how these two individuals work to make change in America. And then they're asked to write an article for the school newspaper describing some of the challenges, and they're very specific. Be sure to describe in detail why some solutions they tried worked and others did not, and tell how the challenges each one faced were the same and how they were different. So last time I was here, we talked about the level of rigor that is now occurring in this test. So the cognitive demands for something like this, this requires a level of analysis and being able to draw conclusions that we did not see in the former MCAS example. So the level of rigor is definitely increased, and we are asking kids to really think critically, engage in analysis, even at the very young ages. So let's think a little bit more about what this kind of text or what these questions are designed to measure. So the first thing, and we talked about this, was what level of text can students read? The text complexity. So one of the key ideas in the Common Core is that students are consistently, all students, interacting with challenging text, and that level of text that they're interacting with increases each consecutive year, so that by the time that they graduate, they are engaging with and processing very high levels of text. And we're asking that of all students. When they're engaging in these complex texts, they are being asked to be able to read them accurately. That means they're able to find the main ideas of the different pieces, and they're able to find the supporting details. And then this next level, which really engages that critical thinking, is can they use evidence from the text to synthesize that evidence, analyze that evidence, and create and formulate an argument. And that is asked across grade levels. It starts very basic and goes to much higher levels. So when we're talking about text complexity, PARCC is looking to assess students in three areas: readily accessible text that may not be at grade level but is a little bit below. How do they do when they read that type of text? Then they're looking at moderately complex text, and finally at very complex text. When we're talking about text complexity, that means things like how difficult is it to decode, what different types of sentence structures are utilized, how clear is the purpose of the author, is it explicit or does it need to be inferred, what type of vocabularies do you use. So there's an analysis of text to say what are the reading demands of this text, and we are asking students to continually grow in the text that they can handle. So when we're looking at this, let's think about what PARCC is telling us about students. From an educator's perspective, what do we get from that? And I thought it would be helpful to particularly look at kids on either end of the spectrum, those students that tend to struggle and those students that are fairly advanced. So if we look at Sarah, who would be a struggling student, the PARCC is going to give us information like, is she able to access readily accessible text? And can she find evidence in readily accessible text? Now, this student may get to moderate complexity and not be able to do that. But does that student have those skills at the lower level text? Because that's going to help us to know where we want to work with the student. How far off is that student from being able to read the moderate level text? And where is that child on the trajectory to career and college readiness? So for struggling students, we're understanding with the readily accessible text what kind of skills they have and how far off the mark they are from being on track. At the higher end, for advanced students, we want to be sure that they have full mastery of moderately complex text, and then they're going to get advanced text. And that we're going to check and see, okay, with advanced text, you might have an advanced student who is very, very accurate in terms of their reading, but when it comes to being able to find evidence in that level text, that's where it falls down for them. So now we have a teaching point for our students that are even functioning at the higher level. So we're getting some really valuable data back that helps inform our instruction. One of the things that I think that there's dialogue around educators is this question about what about our struggling students when we have challenging text in front of them, and how do we work with those students? And this particular graphic hopefully will help to clarify the thinking around this. And so when we're thinking about students and reading, there's the decoding piece of that. And you can see here on the right-hand side, this would be a text that certainly a struggling third grader might be engaging in. And so when we're working with that student to figure out how to decode text, the student is working in this type of text. But if this is the only type of text a student engages with, they are missing out on the higher level thinking of more complex text, on being exposed to the vocabulary that's in that text, that hearing different text structures, struggling with, what does the author mean here? So if we keep our struggling students only in lower level text without ever helping them to engage in grade level text, we are really doing them a disservice. So one of the things that the Common Core asks is that we are sure that we give our struggling students regular opportunities to interact and work through grade level complex text. So when we think about the PARCC ELA assessment, what stays true through all the grade levels, the feedback we're going to be getting as educators is around accuracy. How accurately can students read the text, find the main idea in the details? We're also going to be getting good information back every year. These skills will be assessed in terms of their ability to find implicit and explicit evidence in the text, use that to formulate an argument. And what will change each year is the level of complexity of text that students are asked to apply these skills to. So this should give us a really strong foundation on really focusing in on those key pieces, having kids work with complex text, understanding the main idea in details, and then being able to use that information to find evidence and build a clear and well thought out argument.
So this is a great deal of information and insight into how the standards that you adopted look at issues, this set of issues, and how PARCC is trying to bring it to life. Before we move on to math, this might be a good time to pause and really engage Mary Beth and each other on what does this mean? What does this look like as we move forward into the field test and then bringing PARCC to our districts?
So I see Ruth has a question.
Thank you. I actually have a lot of questions, if that's okay. I'm really trying to understand. So, one thing that is, fortunately, as opposed to the people sitting in the room right now, we were actually given the text ahead of time, and so, which makes it easier to understand how to understand this. So I had some questions, or just some feedback, my own impressions. I actually found in the PARCC sample task, I found the part A where the one that says, which, I guess page 12, which statement best describes how the events in paragraphs 13 through 15 are related to each other? Personally, I found this really confusing to answer. I know this is third grade, and I found it confusing, so I just wanted to say that. And then I think what concerns me is that if you're a student who doesn't get part A right, you're not going to get part B right, right?
It actually depends on the question type. In this particular one, there was one answer. In some of the PARCC questions, they are set up so, for example, the student might be asked to identify the theme in the text, and there may be more than one right answer. So it may be, feelings of, or it might have, or let's talk about tone, like maybe sarcastic or humorous, and the student may pick one of those, and as long as they can find a piece of evidence from the text that supports their answer, that answer would be right. So in this particular one, if you do get the first one wrong, it is unlikely that you'll get the second part right, but there are questions that enable students to provide different ways of viewing the question, and as long as they can find the correct evidence to back it up, it is scored correctly.
I wanted to ask a technical question too on the first part A. When it talks about the events in paragraphs 13 through 15, when the student reads the paragraph, are the paragraphs actually numbered?
Yes.
Okay, because
yes.
I couldn't see that.
Right, but they are numbered right to the side.
And then just another, this might be a very minor point, but when the task about writing an article for your school newspaper, a lot of schools don't have school newspapers, and I don't know, it just struck me that if I were a student, that might throw me off because I wouldn't even know what a school newspaper was. So it just.
Yeah, one of the things that we attempt to do in terms of exposing students to lots of different texts is make sure that they're interacting with lots of different genres. So not only are they reading different genres, but writing different genres. So they may not have personally written an article for the newspaper, but they hopefully by the time they hit third grade would have some exposure to what a newspaper article would look like.
And if I can add an assessment part of that, when we do the field tests, we'll see in the data, are questions like this throwing students off?
Yeah.
Or not. So that's part of the analysis that comes out of the field test. That's why the field test is so valuable to us. We make a lot of guesses, a lot of experts working on this looks right, but the kinds of issues, Ruth, that you just raised are also things we have to tease out in the process.
I mean, to me, a very simple solution there would just be to write something, just don't even mention school newspaper, because I just think it's off-putting if you don't even know what that is. Nowadays, people don't even know what newspapers are. Let alone school newspapers. The other question I have, based on the way you just explained this, was when you look at the struggling student versus the advanced student, and you're saying that the texts are divided into readily accessible, moderately complex, and very complex. I'm assuming that all the students, including the struggling student, on the PARCC testing are going to get texts that are in all three categories. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it going to start from are they all going to go in order of starting with readily accessible and moving up, or not?
No, the different text types would be integrated throughout the exam. So it's not something like sometimes you'll see assessments that will start at a lower level and stop when a student reaches a level of frustration. This test will ask students to engage with all different types of texts and then report out patterns of how they deal with those different types of
And my
texts.
question there is what's the rationale for doing that? Because again, I think if I'm a struggling student and I start out with the very complex question, I'm just gonna give up at that point.
Yeah. And
So you're a long step ahead of where we are right now, because when we figure out if the items are good, the next step will be how do we construct forms from the best items to build a test. And actually, Liz Davis, who's the Associate Commissioner for Assessment, and her team are going to be very involved in that process. I think the kinds of questions you're raising, do we frustrate people by giving them too much too fast, will be one of the considerations. One of the things we're trying to do, though, as well, is not stop short of exposing students to challenging text, which is one of the issues we're concerned about now, is you start teaching just to the level the student's at today, and it impedes their progress to moving forward. So it's the balance point between, are we frustrating them, or are we giving them good opportunities to move forward?
Right. And just one final question. I don't want to monopolize the whole evening here. The actual examples that we read, Eliza's cherry trees and the Peanut Man, which category do those fall into?
those are both moderately accessible text.
Moderately complex?
Yeah, complex. Yeah.
Mary Beth, first of all, I want to thank you for being with us. This is terrific. I have a question, and then I think I see Vanessa has one. And this may be an aspiration as opposed to something that's already been cooked. But under what do we learn from students? There's a line here that says where Sarah is on the trajectory to being career and college ready. Is that, an aspiration, or is it already something that's it's in place?
What the design is currently is that once the assessment items are given and the work of the organization has set the cut scores for each of the different levels, when they're doing that, they're looking to define levels that if the child reaches this level, then they are on track for career and college readiness. So that is part of the design, that we can see where students are. So for a struggling student, again, not only would we learn what type of text that they can handle, but we can also get a sense of how far off the mark they are from being on track for career and college readiness.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Thank you, Maura. And actually, that was one of my questions, because I was very intrigued as to what does that mean, and also two questions associated with that. Will the students have unlimited time to go through the test? And secondly, obviously the data that is collected with MCAS and with PARCC eventually is not available until the following fall. So how this data will be available to the teachers of Sarah next year, so they can gauge where she's at and how to individualize their learning and curriculum for her. So, and then I have another set of questions. So those are related to this particular part, but I have another set of questions about process, which I don't know if I should hold them to later or not. So I'll look for the chair to let me know. But please first.
So two-part answer to the questions. The first one is we will get results earlier from PARCC than we currently can get from MCAS. So we're anticipating we should be able to get, not in the first year it's administered because we have to do standard setting, but after that we should be seeing results in June. That's our target. We're working to make that true. But you're right, this is really after most of the time for instruction is gone. That information will help inform curriculum decisions and training decisions and focus in the coming year. And it will be available through the data systems the department's building. So that information will come back to us. And we've talked at other times about Edwin Analytics, Edwin Teaching and Learning. All this information feeds into those systems. So it will be available to next year's teachers. but the piece at the early slide about all the other supports for teaching and learning, like the diagnostic and the others, can give information right on the spot that's working with the same set of standards and similar types of assessment, but you can administer it any day of the week and get information back very rapidly. So that's where PARCC gives a set of supports not currently available in many of our districts. So right now, the estimated amount of time is laid out in sessions. In each one of those sessions, students would be given 1.5 that amount of time. So a 1 hour session, they would have an hour and a half. That's a shift from how we do MCAS, where we have an estimated amount of time. Students can use the afternoon. What we learn is after about that 1.5 time, results don't change, although it feels different to have an endpoint. So this is one of the questions and concerns that we're actively engaged in discussions with the field about.
I think the commissioner had a comment or question. All set? Okay. Did you have more questions? How about process, Bob? Should we talk about that now or
at the end?
I think later.
Can I ask one other question?
Sure.
I don't know if this is something anyone's ever thought about, but it strikes me that in terms of vocabulary of some of these texts, I just wonder if this has ever been thought about. We're trying to teach, our kids skills in how to read and how to, be resourceful. And I'm just wondering if any thought has ever been given to actually letting kids look up words they don't know in the course of the test, through a dictionary or something. Because, again, I'm thinking about students who might, just see a word or two that they don't understand, and then they just shut down. And it seems to me it's a little bit on the model of open book exams that you have later on in life. I don't know if they do that anymore, but the idea is that that to me shows that a student has certain research skills or whatever. So I'm just wondering if you've given any thought to that.
One of the things that they are still refining but are called accessibility features, and certainly one of the conversations right now is what types of features would benefit students, so that anything that's on the computer, so if you're on your iPad and you touch the word, you can get the definition for it. You can have it read to you. So they are currently in the process of working with some of these accessibility features to determine just those kinds of questions. Would there be a place where that could be utilized? So that using the technology that's there, and I don't know, Mark, if you recall from our conversations that this idea of being able to highlight a word and to be able to get a definition when it's not necessarily what's being tested, it is possible with the technology. So your idea is in thinking with some of the ideas that are happening at PARCC.
When you get into the items like this, it generates these kinds of discussions as they're doing here, also in the field, as we talk to teachers who are becoming more familiar. I'm also looking at the number of things we're going to try to cover between now and the end of the day, Madam Chair. So I also want to keep in mind for all of us that we're going to do math and a bunch of other things. So
Great.
I don't know how we should be pacing ourselves.
Let's move
but
into
we're
math
willing to go at
let's
length on
move-
any of
let's
these
move into
topics.
math and we'll
Thank you, and thank you for having me tonight. I'm very excited to be able to speak with you tonight about math, and excited to share with you the work that we're doing in my own job through Cambridge Public Schools and the work that we're doing with educators right now, as well as being a PARCC fellow, being able to work with the educators across the state, which is really exciting. And so I'm excited to share some of the comments and discussions I'm having with those educators right now. So, so on the first slide that you see, the third word there being shifts. And that's really important to think about in our discussion tonight around math. So thinking about the shifts that we have in math, there's three words to keep in mind. Focus, coherence, and rigor. So focus really thinking about this idea that math used to be really thought of as this mile-wide, inch-deep discussion. So we taught kids a lot of things, but sometimes didn't really go deep with it. So Common Core is really thinking more about how do you go deeper with these concepts. So with that, coherence. So thinking a little bit about how we actually think about a progression of concepts. And so if we're going to teach something really, really well and focus on it in a grade level, what's the next step in the next grade level? And where do we expect mastery? So really thinking about what's happening in grade 3, what's happening in grade 4, and that progression from grade to grade is really important in the Common Core state standards. And the last one, thinking about rigor. So we, in mathematics, we think a little bit around these fluencies and this idea of conceptual understanding, procedural fluency, and application. And so conceptual understanding being that really thoughtful idea of what is mathematics, what is the strategy I'm using, how can I think a little bit about different ways and different modes and different strategies that I can apply to the same problem. But at some point, getting a procedural fluency, really being efficient with that strategy and being able to apply an algorithm or applying something that makes more sense for that student. And then applying it. So really taking math and making it real. So it's not just simply applying the algorithm, it's actually thinking about how it makes sense in the real world. A lot of discussions that we're having with our teachers, with families, with parents, is around that application piece. So I was talking with a parent around her son graduating from college and going to GE for an interview to be an engineer. And the interview was actually a group interview where they were put into a room and they were asked to solve a problem. And they were just basically watched by the heads at GE discussing how are they going to work together to solve this problem and use their understanding and be able to apply this together and problem solve using the math that they knew. So that's what we're really trying to get at. We're not trying to get students that can simply just solve math on their own or be able to apply an algorithm. We're trying to make them really understand what it means to be a mathematician. So that's the idea of the shifts here. So I want to highlight what that shift looks like in our standards and through our PARCC assessment. So taking a look here, this is an example of grade 4. So this is our previous Massachusetts standards. Looking at grade 4, you can see this one is focusing on the idea of rounding and of understanding place value, base 10 number system. So what I want to highlight here is really thinking about the understanding of the value of the digits. And so thinking about what is in 100, 111, let's say, what is the value of the 1, what is the value of a 0 in there. Really thinking about them almost, it can be taught and thought about specifically, not necessarily in context of the number sometimes. In the second standard that you see there, thinking about rounding whole numbers. And what's missing from that is the understanding of how you round and how you need to think about more than just, I'm going to look at the next number beside it and see if it's a 5 or not. And so with that understanding, we had classrooms that were thinking a little bit of sometimes around the procedural fluency. That's all we really focused, and we weren't thinking about the whole rigor idea of procedural fluency, conceptual understanding, and application. So taking the next slide, with the MCAS, this was a question that was on our latest assessment, which was good. It was definitely, can we see if kids can round? And that's an important understanding. It's a summative assessment and really thinking about if our students can round. And so looking at the next slide, you can see how we've shifted into the Common Core, which is now our new 2011 Massachusetts curriculum framework for math. And just looking at the wording, I want to point out the understanding of comparing. So you can see that there's symbols here, and instead of looking at the numbers separately, we're thinking about them in the context of the whole number. What does it mean to have a whole number, and what does it mean to look at each place value separately, and in the context of the number? The last one, looking at place value understanding to round. So what we had in the previous slide with the previous standards was just round. And now this is actually saying use place value understanding. So actually apply your understanding of what place value is to round. So instead of looking for that 5 is a number beside it, below 5 or above 5 or 5, we're actually thinking about place value of the whole context of the number. So thinking about the next slide, so you saw the MCAS question, just asking students to round. This is our PARCC prototype sample. And so looking at this, you can see that students are given a question in a context and thinking a little bit about if we're going to compare numbers, what does that mean to compare numbers? So looking at this one, a student quite frequently in grade 4 will look at this question and say, well, I see 2 numbers that start with 41 and another number that starts with 42. And so I see two numbers that are pretty similar, almost the same number, and another one that's bigger. So taking a look at the next slide, PARCC, what asked it to do, PARCC actually has this conversation and relays the conversation to students. So looking at this, you can see Jeff says, I get the same number when I round all three numbers of the seats in the stadiums. Sarah saying when I round them, I get the same number for two of the stadiums, but a different number for the other stadium. So you can tell looking at this that Sarah is only looking at the 41, the 41, and the 42. Whereas Jeff is looking at the whole number and really thinking about how do you round and how you make sense of place value. So this question is asking students to not just round, but it's asking them to think about what rounding means and asking them to explain how they know it. So it's going a little bit deeper into that idea of rigor and really making sense of what this mathematics is and what it means to be a mathematician. The next part of this question, as you can see, has a few steps to it. And so the next step to this question is saying, when rounded to the nearest 100, the number of seats in Aces baseball stadium is 9,100. So what's the greatest number of seats that could be in that stadium? So thinking about 9,100, if it's rounded, it was rounded to the nearest 100, so students have to know place value of what 100 is, and then think about what numbers could have, on either side of 9,100, could have been rounded to get to that number. So thinking about the greatest number of seats now. So now we've applied the idea of rounding, which is one standard. We've applied the idea of comparing numbers, which was another standard, and brought them together in this question. And so we're trying to do more of that in PARCC and really make sense of, again, as I say, to be a mathematician. How is it to apply that procedural fluency, that conceptual understanding, and that application, and be able to see that and assess it in our PARCC assessment.
Can I ask a quick question? A question like this would not be a multiple choice question, or would it?
A question like this would not be a multiple choice question. This one is not. No, that's right.
And actually, we're going to take a quick look at another item, because when you're doing the assessment online, you have some opportunities to do things that are not multiple choice that still can be scored very quickly. And also in these performance assessments, you get a chance to do the additional review. I'm not going to go as deep into this one as Mark did with the rounding, but I do want to show, just highlight, something that we use the term conceptual understanding, having that underpinning a fair amount in math, but we haven't seen enough examples of it coming to life, and that's one of the challenges when students get to middle school. So students get to middle school having learned some algorithms and processes, but a lot of that has to be reviewed again. Here we're going to take a look at a grade 7 shift. Here's our prior math standard in 7, and what I want to point to here in this one is about ratios and proportions, is it focuses on the ability to use them to solve problems. And here's an item that's a pretty robust set of challenges for being able to do that computation, to be able to solve problems. And what's interesting with this MCAS item from this last spring is it changes what part of the proportion is missing. It also asks you to think about the units of measurement. It does a number of good things. But when we look at the new standards, I want to focus on a couple of shifts here. This is about using proportional relationships to solve real-world problems, and it talks about recognizing and representing what's going on. In other words, do you get what's going on underneath all of this? Do you have that conceptual foundation? And here's just a quick graphic to kind of point this out. And you know, proportions are built on ratios. You look at this and very quickly start thinking, what do the ratios here tell us? You look, you start coming to conclusions, dad, mom, kid, and it's the sizes that begin to give you that information. But you can go deeper and use math to start making sense of this by measuring. But once you start measuring and you have an understanding of what's going on with proportional reasoning, you start being able to answer questions as our medical teams do. What are the medication dosages based on the different measures we have for this family, the different members of this family? What happens when they travel over that walking bridge, or they travel over our new bridge in Charlestown? These are very different solutions that engineers have to solve, and the materials that help make them work for us, and we trust that they will. What happens in finance, and the fact that many of our kids end up going into graduating from high school and ending up deeply in debt because they don't understand what the percentages mean and what the proportional burden on them might be. So proportional reasoning, a major shift in the standards that go from the early grades when you're learning about fractions into middle school where they become explicit, but then you have to use these as you get into high school as one of the big shifts. And you have, you received in your packet an item here, and this item asks questions about which of these are a proportional relationship, which are not. You can use some of the same techniques that you would have used for the MCAS item, but what's different here in the PARCC one is it says, you know, we're going to give you some extra tools to help figure this out because there are many ways you can make sense of this item. And I'm going to go off screen for a minute and pick up a graphing program that'll be similar. We don't have the PARCC one built yet, but this is the tool, or the kind of tool that would be given to these students. So it says, okay, here's pairs of points, and if you're looking at the item in front of you, it says the first ones are points 1, 3, and points 2, 3. You can come on here and, in fact, plot these points to help you understand. There's here's 1, 3, and now we're going to go over to 2, 3, and plot the other point. And it asks, is this a proportional relationship? Students who are using these tools in instruction will quickly see this is not going to be a proportional relationship. On the other hand, they go to 1, 2, get it to jump in there. Here we go. Nope, I'm not getting the graph program to work. Let's go back. I got out of the piece. Here we go. We're going to go to 1, 2. Obviously, I'm going to need as much practice as some of our students. So we go to X1, Y2, and we go to 2, 4. And here we see a different orientation of the line, which helps define a proportional relationship. It's going through the origin. The other lines are not. We won't go through more of these for practice, but tools like this, by embedding them in the assessment, point to this isn't just about setting up fractions, setting up ratios, doing the algorithm, but you can use understanding to help answer these questions as well. And that understanding is then going to carry forward to the kinds of real-life applications that we were looking at just a moment ago. So at this point, a pause and looking at what the math items are and questions that that you might have about where we're heading in math, both with the standards and PARCC's ability to assess them.
I think Harneen has a question.
Thank you. So, thank you. That was interesting. I mean, all of this is interesting to see the change in thinking and the change in assessment and the different skill sets that we're assessing kids in on the PARCC assessments. You know, the challenge for me that I'm really grappling with and that I talked about last month is just the divide in technology in our schools. And this is great, but I know that's the next subject, I guess, is technology readiness. And I know some things have happened, and I'm concerned about some of the things that are actually happening for the field test around how computers are being pulled out of some schools and brought into other schools to make this work in some districts. And I just have I just don't understand the equity aspect. I'm having a very hard time myself struggling with that piece of it around districts and classrooms where everyone is going to be doing this online and where they're not. And I understand the field testing, you're pulling out some classrooms, you're going to compare them, and theoretically the result will show that it's the same, but I don't actually believe it's the same. I most of us who use technology think that doing something with a paper and pencil and a flat test and something that has the capacity to be more of a 3D opportunity is a different testing experience. And I'm just not convinced. I feel like I need more to be convinced on this piece, that there's equity in how this is being rolled out.
So I'm going to turn this to Mark as well, who's actually doing this in his school, in his district. This was an example of an item where there was a careful look at what happens if you do this on paper and pencil. You have the graph paper, the students understand how to connect the points and draw the line, and quite frankly, in this one, I probably would have done it more quickly that way. And the ability to do it online is the piece that if you want it in the instructions, so students get familiar with this, and that's the challenge in many districts. We'll talk about shortly when we get to the part about technology. But Mark, these are issues that I know you and your colleagues are dealing with in classrooms now.
So I think of two thoughts around that, and I hear the technology readiness. As being around the state and talking with different districts, I think that's a question for some school districts and thinking about how they're doing that. On the flip side of that, a lot of districts that I've talked to, and especially in Cambridge, taking aside, the technology, people are very excited about the opportunity to use technology, about this assessment in general, for two reasons. One, it allows us to test kids in ways we've never been able to before. In a static test that's sitting on a piece of paper, that we can actually move things, we can actually cut and paste things, we can do things that we're actually doing in literacy right now as well, and apply that in different, in math, and apply that in our classrooms. We're also thinking a little bit about the modalities that our students are successful in. So our students with special needs, our English language learners, our students that don't always respond well to a pencil and paper test. This is giving them, along with the accommodations and the accessibility features that PARCC comes with, just having a different way to see concepts and to apply concepts and apply their knowledge is really important. But teachers see this as being something that they can really assess student understanding versus just the multiple choice question that I showed you of just, can you round this? It's, can you round this or not? Whereas in this question, we could have asked the same question on about this proportional relationship as, here's 5 items, is this proportional or not? Yet it gives any student who maybe needs to see it in a different way, a different modality, to be able to do it on the graph and see it in a different way and see it, okay, I get it now that it's a graph, and maybe I can apply it better as a slope, as a proportional relationship in terms of my understanding. So it's allowing kids to be more flexible in their thinking. That helps answer that question.
I was just going to offer a thought around equity, because we've been doing a lot of technology work in our district, and that has been a value that we've held very, very dear as we've worked with that. And I think the equity issue goes far beyond the testing piece, that the equity issue comes in around the use of technology and instruction and the exposure that students have to those really pretty remarkable tools all the time. And in terms of looking at PARCC, I think that question needs to be expanded even further around how do we address inequities in our schools and with our kids, where some students have access to technology that connects them to the entire body of human knowledge and connects them to other people in the world, and those students that don't. I think it's an important issue and goes far beyond the PARCC question.
Why don't we get into, did you have?
And I apologize if this is an ignorant question, but I think, one of the very last classes to graduate who did not take MCAS. So I've never actually had to sit for the MCAS exam myself. And how does this my impression is that MCAS is very heavily multiple choice, heavily laden with multiple choice questions. And my impression also is that PARCC is not. And is that an accurate statement? And if so, how accurate or inaccurate?
So a little bit more to it. There are more items in both tests that are multiple choice. How much weight do you give them? How much time do you give students when you take them out of multiple choice? You do a calculation that a multiple choice item might take a minute to do, but these performance assessments are getting large blocks of time, hour and a half. On the field test, 2 hours. and over multiple days potentially. MCAS is actually highly regarded because 45% to 50% of score points in MCAS are from constructed response. So it's been very rich in that area, but it's an on-demand test that needs to be done in a short period of time, a couple of days in many cases. What PARCC gives us the opportunity to do is have this performance-based assessment time in March, April, where students can do both in English language arts and in math, spend 3 sessions in English language arts, 2 sessions in math, really primarily devoted to can you really engage this? And then they get scored based on how far you go through. So you get partial credit, you show what you know, maybe you don't get all the way through, maybe you do. The multiple choice in both tests helps you get coverage because you can only go deep in so many areas, so many standards. The nice part about PARCC as well is the end of year test, which is meant to be scored very fast because it's end of year, let's get results over, won't have to be just multiple choice. When you're doing it online, you're able to go ahead and do a number of things that are machine scorable, like this last one could have been machine scorable.
So as part of PARCC and part of the larger assessment discussion, we're also moving a little bit from the term multiple choice to selected response, which is really important to think a little bit about. That multiple choice is known as a question that has 4 options and 1 option is correct. And in selected response, we're actually looking at questions that might have 5 options and 3 might be correct. So a great example that I actually last week had a discussion with a teacher about was a question about, it was in algebra, and it was looking at a question that had a student solving one equation 3 ways. And so, sorry, 3 students solving it 3 ways. And the start of the equation was the same, and the solution of the equation was the same. But what was, the actual final answer. But what was different was how each student solved the equation. And so 2 of those solutions were correct, and 1 wasn't. And so in that question, a student is asked to pick 2 of those answers, but yet has to look at all 3 to see if it's correct or not. So getting away from this idea of multiple choice where you have a 25% chance of getting it right and you choose one and maybe you're hoping that you get the right one, selective response actually takes us to a further level of rigor that we actually get to analyze each response and really think about the intricacies. That question is so exciting for math teachers because we're not looking at the final answer anymore. We're not looking to see what's the rounded answer or what's the final answer to a solution to equation. It's really about the process and being a mathematician. So just kind of changing the language a little bit around multiple choice, which still exists and will still be on PARCC, but this new idea of a selective response, which is really exciting.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on in 1 minute. I think the commissioner wants to make a comment, and then we'll move to technology readiness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this actually bridges the question you asked, Harneen, with the technology readiness question. It's a very realistic concern. Are we disadvantaging students, advantaging students, and so forth? A couple of thoughts on this topic. One is a comment that Bob made that you might not have picked up on. This particular task, proportional reasoning, using graphing as a tool, is something that I've seen multiple times when I visited middle grade math classes. I've never seen it with kids doing that on a computer. It's always on a paper and pencil graph that they've been using. And I think one of the kind of conventional wisdoms is that for a youngster, or for any of us probably, the modality that we're used to is probably the modality we're going to perform best in. So if we're used to paper and pencil modality and we take the test on paper and pencil, that's our best way to show what we can do. If we're used to keyboarding or using digital graphs and we take it that way, then that's how we're the best way that we'll have to put our strongest foot forward. Second thought on this, we're at a pretty unique moment in time around being able to leverage better technology infrastructure for our K-12 schools at this moment. We are, in many ways, we lead the nation in our education system. But one of the ways in which there are a number of states that are way ahead of us is in terms of ensuring an adequate technology infrastructure for their schools. And there are a number of states that have invested there. We have people's attention right now. I keep trying to make the case, you're going to see it in the next slide, that I'm stealing Cliff's thunder, but I keep making the case that the primary reason we should be concerned about this is not about testing. It's about providing our schools and our students with 21st century classrooms. There's just so many opportunities for teachers and for students if you have up-to-date classrooms with access to the internet and so forth. That should be our real motivator. It turns out that a more concrete motivator at this point in time, in conversations I've had with legislators and others, is in fact the implementation of the PARCC program, and it's getting traction. We have in the state, we have a bill that's been voted out of the bonding commission to provide identify some funding specifically for upgrading elementary and secondary schools technology infrastructure. We have that's being voted, I believe, by the full House tomorrow. We have at the federal level, the Federal Communications Commission, bipartisan commission, which does not need congressional approval, can do this by their authority as a commission, which gives it a really good chance of succeeding. Poor comment on our Congress at this point in time. That is committed to redirecting some substantial E-rate funding to upgrading elementary and secondary schools technology infrastructure. So we have poised two major funding sources to help upgrade the system and help level the playing field. And the 2-year pilot allows us to watch this go forward. There is a paper and pencil version and an online version, and I understand that's the concern you're raising, Harneen. And so it gives us a chance to better understand how that plays out. There are research studies being conducted in conjunction with that. But again, I think this pilot period allows us to both keep the imperative out there for our legislators around getting the money into the system so schools can take advantage of it, and at the same time getting to know how this test plays out on the ground in our schools.
Okay. We're going technology readiness. I think we're going to hear from Cliff next.
Yeah, though this should be pretty brief because we've discussed most of this. I'm actually sitting in, my name is Cliff Chuang. I oversee some of our school redesign initiatives, including digital learning. My colleague Luis Rodriguez is actually in Tennessee right now. He's the director of the office, and he's the real expert on this topic. But he's learning how other states are applying using digital literacy in the Common Core, how those are going together. I'm sitting in for him. I think the commissioner already emphasized the most important point about technology readiness, that it's not about being ready to take PARCC. As you see, if this is the first time you do it, you're going to be very disadvantaged, as Bob demonstrated, if you're struggling with the clicking. So the Office of Digital Learning and the Department's strategic sort of objective is really to ensure that all schools and all students are ready for learning in the 21st century, and PARCC is just a stimulus to sort of get this conversation going. And as the commissioner mentioned, we are pursuing a number of federal and state funding initiatives to support the infrastructure. One that the commissioner didn't mention that Luis and the team in the Office of Digital Learning are working on is also this LTI initiative, which is something that started in Maine, which is sort of a bulk purchasing, leveraging scale in order to bring down costs of technology. So that's something else that we've been trying to work with our partners at EOE to see if we can cut a better deal for school districts that are looking for in upgrading their technology infrastructure. With respect to the tests, we have been doing technology readiness assessments, and we have determined that for the spring field test, all of the schools that have committed to the computer-based version of the test are ready. So we're ready for the field test this spring. With respect to the first year of operational testing in 2014-15, we're still in the process of figuring out what needs to be closed in terms of readiness gaps. And right now, based on a not entirely complete set of data, about half of the schools are ready for online testing. I think it's important to note that this does involve some use of what's known as caching, where you can download information from the internet and then share it internally, so you're not always going back out to the internet. It's not necessarily the highest standard of readiness, so we're still working on making sure that is increased. In 2014-15, the test will be optionally online or paper-based, correct?
The districts will be able, per school, which option is going to work best.
Last, the PARCC consortium is providing training. I'll actually look to Bob to provide some background on this. But they're working on rolling out trainings regionally, the whole consortium of states, including site readiness assessments for a selected number of districts to sort of check the infrastructure readiness. And also they're setting up a customer support call center and online resources to support the rollout across the states. And I'm not sure what participation we have right now. Massachusetts is involved in informing that conversation about what would be most helpful to support the rollout of PARCC.
Any questions for Cliff? Okay, so we'll tell Louise you did a great job. Terrific. Okay, Bob, do you want to have us continue on with the discussion of PARCC and accountability?
So as Cliff mentioned, there's a team working on this out of the Office of Digital Learning on Technology. As I mentioned earlier, Liz Davis and her team are working on ensuring the items are working well. We have a team working on accountability as well. I think a couple of members of that team are here, both Matt Pecos and Bob Lee, just quickly. Rob Curtin, who's presented to the board previously, is a member of that team. There's a number of things we're working through. But the goal here is clear that our assessment results help inform a number of policy questions, a number of continuous improvement concerns. MCAS results have helped really keep us focused on what things we need to work on to do as well or better than we have. We need to do the same as we consider this transition to PARCC. So the goal here is to maintain trends in achievement and student growth. That's our goal. That's what we're working on. And in the field test and into the 2015 administration, when we have the choice in districts of MCAS or PARCC, we are going to be able to do a couple of processes that are going to help us keep those trends in achievement and student growth. For the field test, we'll get into some more detail about some accommodations that we're making, but there are processes that we're working with experts both inside the state and across the nation for what are the best ways to answer growth as you change assessments, what are the best ways to compare achievement. And achievement would be more the score, the performance level that the student arrives at. So we'll look at this in two views, 13 and 14. That's our year. This spring we're going to be doing the field test. We need to maintain accountability ratings. We have an obligation to do that, and so much of what we focus on for continuous improvement depends on that. But we want to ensure that schools are not disadvantaged. In the memo that you received, it began some of that discussion, but the fact is you have this random assignment of students to the field test, and it's, there's no way of answering ahead of time the students selected representative of the other students in that grade or in that school, or are they the highest performing students, or some of the more challenged students in that school or in that grade. So we have done two things here. One, students are going to be, who are taking this PARCC field test, I should have begun here, the commissioner has given the opportunity to the district to not have to double test that student. So if you're getting a performance assessment in the field test in English language arts, the district has the opportunity in grades 3 to 8 to waive the MCAS testing in ELA. If you're taking the performance assessment in math, the same thing would be true for your MCAS math test. It could be waived. The interest here is not to require double testing, but to give districts an option that they could opt out of MCAS. But this raises the issue of how do we do that if they opt out of MCAS and now you have less results? How do you ensure that that does not disadvantage a school or a district when we do the calculations for accountability? And what you see is the solution that after quite a wide range of discussions and surveying with districts and with educators in the field is the solution that the commissioner adopted, which is we will do two calculations in a school. So if you're in an elementary school, let's think of this example. You're in an elementary school, and grades 3, 4, and 5 are your MCAS tested grades. If two classes in grade 4 were picked for the field test, well, now you don't have MCAS scores for those two classes. We will do the calculation. We will do the calculation for the school's accountability ratings. That will include that grade 4, that only some students are taking MCAS, and then we'll do that same calculation but without the grade 4 students. And that will give the district the opportunity to pick the higher of the two, and that's a process that allows them to take any disadvantage out of the equation. I should probably stop there because that's a mouthful.
So what you're saying is no matter what, you're not calibrating PARCC to anything. PARCC is not going to be counted for anything. But what you're doing is instead saying a school then will have the option of an entire grade not being included in an accountability status. If they decide, if your example is a 4th grade has 4 classes, 2 of them are PARCC, 2 of them are MCAS. The MCAS, you calculate with those MCAS scores and without those MCAS scores. The school looks better without the MCAS scores. Because you don't know who's in which class, etc. So that's just not part of the PPI.
So I think that captures it. I would shift one part of the description, which is it has more to do with being fair to the school than how they look, right? So the issue is if in fact the students who are doing the field tests, so they're not doing PARCC, they're doing PARCC, not MCAS. If those are the highest performing students in that grade, because students are not assigned to classes thinking we're going to have the same level of student performance in every class. Schools tend not to do assignments. You're thinking that some may. If those are your highest performing students, then the performance you have in the other two classes isn't representative of that grade. It's not fair to tell that school you still have to live with that.
I think it's a complicated scenario you're painting, but there's many ways you could look at it. But how does that play out for teacher evaluation for those teachers and for educator evaluation in terms of the role of scores and their evaluation?
Yeah, well, keep in mind, this year is...
for next year, let's say.
Yeah.
Not this year, because it wouldn't affect this year, but it would affect next year, right? Because that's the first year.
Correct.
So how will that, so then you just wouldn't have a score, or would your score be used anyway, or?
If you don't have scores to factor in, you wouldn't have scores for
So
that.
there's no other, district determined measure that would replace PARCC or something like that?
No, that is correct. So again, under the evaluation framework, you couldn't use MCAS or a state test alone anyway.
Right.
So you would have to substitute something else.
Okay.
Deputy Commissioner Ingram convened a cross many units team that we're working with, and it includes our educator preparation policy office and their staff. So these are issues that, in fact, we're looking for the best ways to give tools and resources to districts and teachers to help answer that question about how do we go forward? What is it we can provide to support that process? But there will be some missing information. So when we talk about the field test, that's our first example of that. As you go into 14, 15, again, some missing information.
Okay, I think Ruth has a question.
I'm related to that question. What about the individual student scores? If you're if you're doing the park field test, are those scores reported to the students or not?
So I think the way to think of the field test is it's the items being tested, not the students. In a way, the students are putting the item to the test and will answer, are these good items or bad? There's no scores that get calculated for the students because we don't even know if we're going to keep the items that they answered. And we don't know how hard or easy the items are until we get all the information back. So there's no information back to the school or to the student. How did you do on that park piece? There is the experience of engaging this new assessment and seeing what it's like and having an insight into the future. So students who take the field test and who do not take MCAS would not have a report in that subject. So if they did the performance assessment in park in English language arts and then they were exempted from taking MCAS, they wouldn't get a report. We're developing communications for parents before this happens and while this is happening to help them understand both the advantages and that piece of information, that there wouldn't be a score report. But your child, this student, has had an opportunity to engage the assessment that in the following year, subject to your vote, will be the assessment of the future.
So just to play devil's advocate a little bit, how does, I mean, the purpose behind assessments, it feels like in a way you could be foregoing a year's worth of assessing a kid because they're testing the items when you're not using a test to actually assess a child for a whole year. So that.
I think the commissioner would like to make a comment.
If I might, Madam Chair, first of all, I want to mark this date in red letters. This is the date that Ruth Kaplan is concerned about losing opportunities to test kids. So I want this to be a red letter date.
No, I have not changed my own personal views. I'm just asking hypothetically. For the people who think this is important.
Right. So what we've done, what we've done is for the benefit of others. I appreciate that. So what we've done in this schema is, if we've aired it all, we've aired on the side of making field testing as non-intrusive as possible, so that where students are asked to take the more expanded part of the test, it'll only be one subject. Districts have the option of not administering MCAS in that subject. And again, for the benefit of not over-testing the kids. So there are districts that, despite that option, will want to give their students the MCAS because they don't want to lose that data. I've already heard from superintendents who are in that position. But that's, if we've erred on any side, we've erred on the side in this schema of being very parsimonious about the amount of testing required for those students.
I just wanted to thank you for the answer. I wanted to ask in general, like, what the plan is for scoring the testing, because maybe it's coming up in your explanation, but, I mean, how is the scoring different on PARCC as opposed to MCAS?
It would actually be very similar. The way that MCAS multiple choice is scored is by machine, but the constructed response, which is again almost half the score points, are done by educators who are hired by the contractor, and then they are trained and they score. The ones who keep hitting the mark, they keep. If they're not keeping the mark, they get retrained, and there's read behind, particularly when we get to grade 10, to make sure there's 2 score points, and are we in fact giving a fair and accurate assessment of the student's work. It'll be almost identical in PARCC, where educators will be hired by the contractor with that kind of support, just in a much larger construction because it'll be multiple states.
I mean, is the proposal to use the 4 categories of exemplary, needs improvement, proficient, those 4 categories?
Yeah, so there's actually 5 levels in PARCC, and the decision to go with a 5th level had to do with 2 considerations. One, at the lower end of the scale, there's a big jump from warning to needs improvement to proficient. So we're trying to give a little bit more information about how students are doing as they move into and their ability to master the Common Core standards. We also needed a standard at the higher end to answer this college and career ready, and that would be level 4 out of these 5 levels. So there'll be 5 levels, and students will get 2 parts of, actually 3 pieces of information. One, which level did they perform in? Second, there'll be a scale score. How did they do across the whole continuum, just like they do with MCAS? And then there'll be answers about how did they perform on the different standards, which we also do with MCAS.
So, I'm sorry, one final question about that. This college and career readiness label, is that something that even third graders are going to get reported on, or?
So we talked about that earlier, and I think about it a little bit differently than calling them college and career ready. I think the determination for a third grader, a fourth grader, a fifth grader is, are you performing at a level in one of those grades that you're really ready to engage grade level content in the next grade? Now, what PARCC did that was different from MCAS, in MCAS we really answered the question in each grade. What does grade 3 performance that's proficient look like, it needs improvement look like? In PARCC we started with what does college and career ready look like, and then you backward map from there to say, now how much of this do you have to expect to see in each grade? But I don't think we can answer your college and career ready in third or fourth grade. We can say you're ready to keep moving on this path, which will have you in the right direction.
Vanessa?
Thank you. I have a few questions about the process that I think are pertinent now. I was also very, I have still some concerns about the technology piece, because I do believe that there are districts and schools within districts that don't have necessarily the tools to really engage in this kind of testing. I am very excited to see it. I think it's great to engage students in technology, since they're so technology oriented these days. But the system in itself in the districts is my concern as to whether or not they can support this kind of testing when there are not those tools already available. So I hope that we can that we can definitely use this as a leverage to bring that kind of needed technology to every school in the Commonwealth, to make it equitable for all students across the state. But in addition to that, I had other questions about the process, because this year the selection of the districts and classrooms is going to be random. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So the questions around that in terms of process, first, has that random selection happened already, and if so, the schools have been, or classrooms have been notified? And secondly, it sounded almost, you mentioned that parents would get a letter explaining that if the child is going to take the field test, they won't get the MCAS results, but they'll be contributing to society in such and such way, which is great. But so the question is, can parents have an opt-out ability? So, no, wait a second, I want my child to take the MCAS. It's very nice what you're doing, but I really don't want my child to participate in this. So will parents have that opportunity? And since this is happening in the spring, the field testing, again, the question about the random selection, will districts be ready? Have they been selected? Are they ready or not as we speak? And will they be ready if they haven't been selected, and when will that happen?
So the 2 parts are, the schools are getting picked randomly, and are they ready, and what does it mean if you're picked to do online versus you're picked to do paper and pencil? Just a reminder, when we get to the following year, 14-15, the district will actually be able to say paper and pencil works in this school, online works in that school. We're almost done with the random selection. We're in the second stage and heading into a third stage, so that we can actually get enough students and enough schools involved in the field test. But schools were given the option to withdraw if they were selected for online, and they just can't do that. If they just don't have the technology, they withdrew. A number of our schools did, a number of the districts did on their behalf, so they're not participating in the online part of the field test. So that's how that was handled, and that's why Cliff was able to say, All the schools picked for online field tests this spring are ready to do it. They have the technology to get that done. The second part about how the selection of
So Bob, just to clarify, because I want to make sure you got the answer to your question, Vanessa, most of the schools at this point have been selected, they know who they are, and I think the acceptance rate is around 80 or 90% of our.
Very high.
Yeah.
Yes. And the second part is about when we get to the choice of would that school, would those students who are doing the PARCC field test also take MCAS or not. That decision was given to the district, and districts will be in fact weighing in on that in the not too distant future.
I heard your question a little different, Vanessa. She's saying, can someone opt out? How does a parent opt out of PARCC? I mean, it's not a requirement that you take PARCC, like MCAS is my understanding. So can a parent, what's the process for a parent at a school deciding they're going to opt out of the test and instead they want to take MCAS or they don't take anything?
So that's not afforded to parents to make a choice between MCAS and PARCC or take the PARCC field test. That choice was given to the district to make that decision. And at the heart of this,
parents don't have the option to opt out of PARCC? I mean, I understand there's a question about MCAS, but legally, parents in Massachusetts have to take PARCC if they're told to.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem accurate, does it? I mean, it's not a high stakes test. It just sounds odd to me that they would have to.
Well, so if I might, Madam Chair, what I'm asking you to vote on tomorrow is this 2-year plan that includes field testing and includes the first operational year, a year after, which then becomes the state's testing plan. You as the state board have both the authority and the responsibility in the statute to specify the state's assessment plan, testing plan. And so it's no differently than we've got MCAS as our official test now, and we required field testing as we were developing that. It's the same situation here with the PARCC assessment.
Okay, Dan?
Yes, I also had a question in regards to equity and inequity. So I know that not all schools will be participating in the online form of this test, but for the schools that are participating with a pen and paper test, I was just wondering what accommodations specifically are being made. Because I know for a fellow student, like, I know that time is a concern, and I'm wondering if the time constraints will be the same, because I know I can do something on computer twice as quickly as I could on a piece of paper, so I was just wondering about that.
and we hear that concern, as you just pointed out, from both directions. For many of our students, very fluent, very comfortable online, very comfortable on the computer. We hear the concern on the other side. There's students who don't have that much access to technology. This is going to be more challenging for them. So that issue is pushing on the PARCC assessment from both directions. What we're doing, as the Commissioner mentioned earlier, is a number of studies to ensure that what we do online and on paper comes as close to being comparable for the students, both in their ability to access the items, to reply and respond to them, and then to have that scored in a way that's comparable. So that's the work. As I mentioned in October, that's put some constraints on just how far you can push the technology, because there's things we could be doing online that are really pretty amazing, pretty dramatic. We could, for example, if we move to science testing, dissect a frog online. That would be probably a more pleasant experience for some than doing it with the actual frog in front of you. But we can't push the technology to the limits because we are going to ensure that it's comparable to the paper and pencil experience. So that's a very conscious decision as we select items for PARCC, that they can be delivered in both forms and still give us comparable results. Our hope is that this catalyst moves us in the right direction, because the instructional resources that are available to you, many of your fellows, really all students in the Commonwealth deserve that access.
Yes, James.
I have a question. With respect to the 10% of schools that opted out, are there any patterns that are visible? Are they urban schools, rural schools? Are they schools where the students are currently having challenges around MCAS? Are they schools without technology? Are there any? Have you looked at the 10% to see if there are any patterns?
I have Bob Lee behind me, and he has much more detail in this than I do. The short version is the majority of opt-outs that I'm familiar with, where we don't have the technology to deliver this. Another area was random sampling. Our school is doing twice the level of these field tests as other schools. We need some relief. We can't have our whole school doing it. Or some actually went the other way and said, we want our whole school involved in this. Bob, am I capturing that, please?
We also excluded any level 4 schools. We let them, they're staying with MCAS for the year. I would say for the most part we reached a negotiated settlement with the districts where if they felt like they didn't have the technology, we found a place where they did. And there are a couple districts I can think of that flat out refused, and we tried to work with them to get some sort of attempt to expose them to the park, but there have been very few of those.
So if level 4 were excluded, are we to presume that level 5 were also excluded?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
But we reached a settlement with Florida State. We found a way to work with them. Did have the technology and didn't have as high stakes.
Can I offer a little bit of commentary, just as a word of caution? And I'll use an example. There was a time when, if you were Black or Latino, you could opt out of the jury pool. And it seemed, fair and reasonable. You could go to the clerk's office and say, I'm not feeling well today. I want to opt out of the pool. I don't want to serve as a juror. The result was all the jurors were white men. And so what came about as a result of that discovery was, and some research was, that now we have a jury pool. You have to serve one day, one trial, and it comes up every 3 to 5 years. So now our jury pools are more multicultural and multiracial and ethnic and so on and so forth. The danger in allowing schools to opt out, especially if there are schools where you have some challenges, is that the results are not going to be truly reflective of all the children. And I would just caution us against allowing that to happen. Where we can avoid it.
That's a point very well taken.
Arlene, I think you had a comment.
Just on a similar question, how many schools or districts are actually saying they only want to do one, or they don't want to do MCAS along with PARCC? Is that a common request? Because I've heard the opposite, that everyone's saying they want to do both, but is...
Yeah, we're not actually at a point where that decision's being made, but
Okay.
we're conducting a poll right now to see where people are leaning. Actually, many of the districts are interested in hearing the answer to the same point that you just raised. Are you going to do the MCAS testing also? Are you going to opt out? And we're working with the districts through the next few weeks to bring that to some kind of closure. Right now, it sounds like more than half of the districts will go with, we're going to continue to do the MCAS testing as well.
I'm going to ask us to move to the last section of the conversation around communication and engagement. I think there'll be more questions here as we go through this, Bob, and some of them have already come up, in particular with trying to be as flexible and non-prescriptive as you're being with districts. Then maybe what's the reaction of families to this, and so take it away.
So again, this is another team that's working to move us forward. Maureen LaCroix is joining me at the table, and she'll walk us through a lot of work we're doing in communication and engagement. But Jonathan Landman, who's here, who you've met, and JC and others are really actively engaged in this part of it, and we're going to err on the side of there's no such thing as too much communication on this.
Good idea.
So thank you, Bob. We have done an outreach and continue to do outreach to all of the stakeholder groups, and we will continue that throughout the whole park process. So we have worked with all of the associations, with MASC, with MASS. We have either invited ourselves to or asked to be invited to major conferences. So for example, in the last couple of weeks, we were at the MASS, MASC conference. We partnered with MASS. We ran two what are called drive-in conferences, which are like 2-hour conferences where we went and did a presentation on park, but then we also engaged the field because we want to learn as much from them as they can learn from us, because as you move to something as new as this in the state, there can be lots of misunderstandings. So the more communication we have, the more two-way communication we have, the more effective we will be with this effort. So as I said, we have presented at a number of conferences. We've been responsive to what we've learned at the conferences. As an example, Bob talked earlier about accountability and how will we determine accountability for the spring field test for schools that opt out of MCAS. What we did is engage superintendents on that topic, then came back and proposed some potential solutions to that to the commissioner so that that could help inform his decision. And we will continue that as we move forward with your decision on whether to do park 2 years from now and make that the state assessment system. We've also done, in response to the field webinars, so you heard from the technology team here, and they've done a number of webinars with districts so the districts could ask their particular questions about particularly the field test that's coming up soon in March and April. We've also, in January, will be producing and publishing a toolkit for districts to use. So for example, talking points for superintendents to use with school committees, PowerPoints where they can pick and choose. Here's what I might want to use with my school committee, with my parents, with my community. In addition to that, we are working with external partners. So MBAE is an important external partner for us, and they're actually going to be helping us as we move forward with communications, because being on the inside of the business, we're very conscious that sometimes we can be very jargony in our explanations, and somebody who's not as familiar with the jargon can look at it and say, what are they talking about here? So MBAE is going to be a very important partner to us as we move forward. So I know the hour is late. Oh, I'm sorry. There I go, being jargony. How do you like that? Must be the hour. The Mass Business Alliance for Education. I apologize. So they will be a key partner for us, as have the teachers associations. It's very important to talk to the people who are doing the actual work in the classrooms with the kids. So we have appreciated their partnership and will continue to partner with them as we move along.
So, just for those who don't know MBAE, it was founded by Jack Rennie and Paul Rebel, and they wrote the blueprint for the Ed Reform Act of 1993, so that's why they continue to be a partner in state work. It doesn't mean the agendas don't move with the leadership of MBAE, but they're a very serious engagement, and they pull together the chamber, the Business Roundtable, and Taxpayers Foundation as one voice, which is a valuable thing because business people can't do this in 8 different places every week. So I guess I'll show my bias here around communications, and the commissioner's tired of hearing me here, but I always think we do a great job with the people who can come to a meeting or webinar, but I want to make sure we don't miss the principals, and I know we won't. I know they're on this list, but they're the ones who actually have to, whether they have enlightened teachers who are part of it, or people that are early adopters, or people who are not happy with it, they have to have the full scope and sequence of what's going to happen and the full confidence that the department is here to help. So, sorry about that, but I never stop talking about
Mara,
school leadership.
so just so you know, I was going through it quickly in the interest of time here, but we are partnering with the 2 principals associations. So we've already been out to meet with the leadership of both associations. On Thursday of this week, we'll be meeting with the executive board of the Elementary Principals Association. Early December, we'll be with the Middle Secondary Principals Associations. And in our partnership with them, one of the outgrowths of that is they are, in all likelihood, going to sponsor some regional forums for principals, which they will invite us to, which is a model we're also using with School Committees Association. So they have regional forums. So for example, I think it's the first Saturday in December in Central Mass, there will be a regional forum sponsored by MASC. Bob and I will go and present and again have that opportunity to engage and learn as we do that.
Are there questions for Maureen? Yes, Ruth.
Well, it's not, it might be for anybody at this point. I just wanted to make sure I understand a few other things. In terms of the field testing, will there be special ed accommodations like there are from MCAS?
So for PARCC overall, the accommodations that we provide for MCAS, which is probably the most comprehensive of any state in the nation, have been almost entirely adopted by PARCC. So the range of accommodations that will be offered under PARCC will closely mirror what we've done with MCAS. And that was quite a testament to Liz and her staff, Dan Weiner and others, who led a lot of those discussions with the other states that were not accustomed to doing that kind of work. For the field test, they'll be using and sunsetting an older version of a test administration tool that will be able to deliver online, excuse me, some but not all of the accommodations. So for the field test, any student who would not get the accommodation they're entitled to can be exempted from taking the field test. But by the operational year in 14-15, this will not only, all those accommodations will not only be available, they'll be built right into the test itself.
And just another question, the issue of time and a half, the proposal for time and a half versus the fact that MCAS was untimed. So if the default now is time and a half, but you have someone like a special ed child who needs additional time, like how is that going to work?
Accommodations, the time and a half is for all students, but any student who needs an accommodation for more time, and that's part of their IEP, certainly gets that when they take the test.
Last questions. Yes, Vanessa.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question on communication and one on field testing. On the communication piece, on the last bullet, number 4, talking about the community outreach to teachers, parents, community organizations, etc. So can you tell us a little bit more how you're engaging teachers in communicating, this transition plan and parents as well? And although it's only from grades 3 to 8, right, for the field testing?
3 to 8 and actually grades 9 to 11 as well in high school, with the exception of grade 10, where we're not allowing any field testing to interfere with students taking MCAS for the competency.
In such case, so what kind of communications you're doing with and to students? And then, so that's the question about communication on with those groups. And the question about field testing is following up on James' comment. We know that for many years, standardized testing had embedded cultural, racial biases because of the selection of the sample that was used to do the field testing. And I know that that's something that we don't want to recreate. So how are we addressing that issue given the fact that we have excluded level 4 schools from the random selection?
The first I'm going to start with the second piece. On bias, the first place you really need to make sure there's not biases in the items themselves. But as as James Morton said earlier, you have other places it comes in if you opt out and you're not including everyone. But on the items themselves, it's a really rigorous process of first content experts are saying, yeah, you got this item right, it's aligned to the standards, it does a good job both for content and from an assessment point of view. It then goes to a separate bias committee that puts it through a careful examination of our students, would any student or student group be disadvantaged by this item because it makes assumptions or it creates a situation where a student might react to that item. we don't catch it all. We catch the vast majority of them there. So then after the test is administered, there's called something about a differential item response review, where you test, do certain subgroups react to these items differently, and that helps inform us, did we do a good job in bias review, or do we need to tighten it up? How do we keep an item like this, which did turn out to be a problem? So there's a few layers of that on the bias review. I'm going to pass this to Maureen, but the discussions with teachers and has already begun, and we're building our plans for reaching out to parents. We aren't quite there, but before I pass this, I didn't mention Lauren Green sitting with JC, who's been a very active contributor to this part of the process, so I didn't want to leave her out of that part.
So in terms of parents on the immediate for the field test, we will offer districts a letter on department letterhead that they can use with parents to explain the field test, the opt-out provisions of that, or they can take it and make it their own letter and issue it from the district level. And I suspect people will choose, some will choose one option, some will choose the other. We're also looking to work on a toolkit for parents, which would be more robust, that we would issue after the first of the year, to talk not only about the field test, but to talk about PARCC and educate parents about PARCC and the Common Core. So we're working on particular materials for parents. We're also working on more of an outreach to teachers, which we're doing through somewhat through AFT and MTA, but we need to be even broader than that. So we're looking for ways, how can we do direct communication to teachers? So are there different strategies that the department doesn't use today that we might consider? But those are decisions that are still to be made. But we're very conscious of those different audiences, as you're pointing out.
I'm going to add just one piece. We have the most practice in depth communicating with educators. That's what our department spends a lot of its time doing. We don't always get it done as well as we'd like, but that's our target, that's our goal, and we do that relatively well. In terms of reaching out to broader audiences, parents in particular, first of all, it's clear most of the information they're going to get is from their kids' teachers, because that interaction is close. So working with the teachers is part of that strategy. But the Council of Chief State School Officers that the Commissioner chairs has also put us in touch with and connected us with people who do communications for a living, who live in that world and are really giving us advice and some direction about how do we broaden our messages so that they're comprehensible and people can access them, make sense of it. Translation, of course, is part of that, but not using the jargon. Making sure that people are able to hear what's going on in a way that really touches what they're most concerned about for their children.
Okay, we're going to have more discussion on this tomorrow, but I know Jim has one final question. I think the commissioner would like to make a comment. So go ahead, Jim.
I feel bad. It's actually not one question, but it's a lightning round series of about 4 or 5 that should just
make it a real lightning round.
Elicit quick. So just going through the timeline on pages 6 to 8. So the vote is tomorrow. You say here that PARCC is administered. It will be randomly selected in Massachusetts and 13 other states. Do we know that they're also randomly selecting in these other states, or is it okay? Field testing, board receives update, mentioning that all grade 10 students, so at what point, so in the first round it's grades 3 through 8, in the random selection piece.
The field test will also be 9 through 11 with very limited touch on grade 10.
Okay. And then figuring out whether it was as rigorous as MCAS. At what point will we see the criteria by which you will judge that? A year from now?
We've started work on that. We brought in some members of our technical advisory committee that Liz has been in discussions with, and one of their contractors who is helping us frame how would we answer the question of rigor beginning with the field tests, because we'll get a lot of information about these items and how they performed, and we'll have information about how students performed on MCAS on items covering the same standards. So in that fall of 2014, we should get a pretty deep view into that question.
Two last quick questions in the round. So, I see a board vote in late fall 2015. This is just more procedural question, are we going to be voting on this no matter what, or is it possible that if the department found that it was not as rigorous, we would not have to even come to that point of a vote?
Well, that's a great question, because I had assumed it was a vote either way. But your point is, if we're not sunsetting MCAS, there's no vote to be taken. So
It's more
yeah, I mean, that to me
procedural
is procedural, right?
And the last thing is just in spring 2016, grade 10 students will continue to take MCAS. Is that the last time that they will take MCAS, or are we envisioning them continuing to be this exception to the rule?
So the competency determination sets the highest bar, highest stakes for our students, and we've begun to prepare a series of discussions likely to begin in the late winter or next spring with the board about how should we be thinking of the competency determination? How might PARCC fit into that? And it raises both a number of questions but also some opportunities because in the math testing, for example, which will be end of course, there are different options about how we could think of that. That's why we pushed it out to the class of 2018. This really is going to deserve some deep thought and discussion.
Thank you, Bob. All right, thank you, Jim. Commissioner.
Yeah, so I just wanted to offer a few context points, pull out of this specific discussion, and I'll probably repeat some of these tomorrow. And I don't want to forget, James, again, I want to welcome you to the board. I don't know, we've been a one-camera operation for quite a while, and now I see we have two cameras. So I don't know if you're being so photogenic is the reason we now have two cameras in the room again. But
not at all.
When we gave MCAS this past spring, that was the 14th, if my math is correct, 14th year of administering 10th grade MCAS. This year will be the 15th year. So we're working on a test that served this state well, but I would argue, particularly at the high school level, is not serving us very well at all at this point in time. We have about 40% of our graduates going to our public universities who are placed in at least one remedial class. And we're not giving those students very good signals in high school about whether or not they're on track to be ready for college level work. We also had hoped to upgrade MCAS and build a new generation assessment. When I first got here in 2008, we rebid the testing contract, and we anticipated building new generation components, online components, more performance-based components, the kinds of things that you're seeing right now in this PARCC assessment. We were not able to fund those in the contract because of the economic downturn. Our budgets were cut, our testing dollars were cut. We just were able to hold on to the core MCAS as it existed without upgrading in any kind of way. The PARCC project has given us the opportunity to really to build a next generation assessment. The action I'm asking you to take tomorrow is an action that would give us 2 years to get to know this assessment, be able to answer many of the questions that you've asked around the table today, to better understand what does it mean to have a paper and pencil version alongside a technology version, and how does PARCC and what it tests, how it tests, the standards it sets, how do those compare to MCAS before asking you to make a decision on this assessment. Our districts want, I hear this over and over again, want some clarity about what we are or aren't doing. The vote I'm asking you to take tomorrow gives that clarity. It says we're in the field tests, and then a year later you have the option of PARCC or MCAS. We have a higher ed community in this state that's very much a partner with us on this effort. My counterpart, Commissioner Freeland has made a commitment that, he and his staff, and as well as staff in the other states, are very much at the table in the development of this assessment, in the development of the benchmarks of the college ready piece. And we have a commitment from our higher ed community that students who achieve that benchmark will be placed in credit-bearing coursework in college without having to go through a placement exam. Very different world for our students in high school. They'll have clear targets, accurate information as they progress up through middle grades into high school as to whether or not they're on track for success at the next level and ultimately success in college level work. It's a scenario that they don't have in front of them right now with our current regime. So again, I will be recommending the adoption of this 2-year time frame tomorrow, and I look forward to that discussion. Thanks for a great discussion this evening.
Commissioner, thank you. As I close the meeting, I want to thank the team of Bob, Maureen, and Cliff for a great presentation. A special thanks to our guests. Mary Beth, thank you for coming back again. And Mark, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being with us. To my colleagues on the board, a really good discussion, so thank you, and a big final welcome to James. See you at 8:30 in the morning.
And to the Secretary's comments of being part of our challenge, in addition to turning things around for the kids of Lawrence, is to figure out how to share lessons learned in Lawrence more broadly in the state. I thought David, in a conversation, I believe in the spring, really made that point in regard to thinking about a teacher's role and empowering teachers and rethinking compensation, because compensation is the vast majority of a district budget. And what's happening as Lawrence is fundamentally restructuring how we think about that compensation piece. So again, my appreciation to Jeff for the update today, and I look forward to continuing this journey with you.
Great.
Thank you. With your permission, I'm going to adjourn.
Go back to work.
The North.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to your extended team, especially for being here and all the hard work you do every day. Okay, we're going to move to item number 2, which is something we spent a couple hours on last night in our special meeting, and I know a few board members could not be present. So I'm going to take a minute, and I mean a minute to summarize it, and then I'm going to turn to the commissioner. So last night, as we talked about the transition plan for administering MCAS and PARCC, we heard from a couple of the PARCC fellows, Mary Beth Banos, who's the assistant superintendent from Shrewsbury, and Mark Healy, who's the math coordinator in Cambridge. Mary Beth focused on 3rd grade English language arts and talked about the power of PARCC to determine where the student is on the growth trajectory. She was very clear about how helpful this can be to the teacher when the teacher asks him or herself, what do I do now to continue this student growth? Mark spent his time on 4th grade math primarily and talked about the difference that the new focus on, the new concentration, I guess, on focus, coherence, and rigor, the progression of math, and the fluency that's needed for students to progress along that line. And then Bob Bickerton took us through some 7th grade math and demonstrated his technology skills with graphing. One of the things we heard about last night was that we're changing some of the nomenclature. It's no longer multiple choice, it's selected response. Cliff took us through the technology readiness discussion, and Maureen LaCroix talked with us about the work that the department is doing in communications to engage families, parents, teachers, etc. So that's a fraction of what you missed last night. It was a very rich discussion, and I thank all of you who participated in it. I'm going to turn now to the commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and as you said, Bob Bickerton and Maureen LaCroix are both at the table and can respond to questions. For those who missed last night, that's unfortunate, but I think you have the PowerPoint in front of you. It was a very engaged discussion by the board. The MCAS, and I was corrected, I understated the age of the MCAS last year. I said it's 14 years old. It's actually 17. Is that the right benchmark? 17 years old, almost 2 decades since we first administered the MCAS. The grade 10 requirement, I believe, is 14 years old at this point, and has been in place for 14 years. A lot has changed over that time. The MCAS has served us well. I did an interview this morning with DESE Radio, and they said, "What's wrong with the MCAS?" I said, "This is not an issue of what's wrong with the MCAS. It's an issue of it's time to upgrade." This is industry practice. Is you don't set achievement benchmarks. You don't set curriculum expectations and then walk away from them for 2 decades. We learn more and more as time goes on about learning progressions and what the world expects of young people if they're going to have opportunities. And we learn more and more about how to assess what matters, and the technologies for assessment evolve. And so I reminded the board last night that we had hoped to build a next generation assessment on our own as a state. When I first got here in 2008, we rebid the MCAS contract, and we called in the call for proposals in that contract, in that RFP, we asked for new development. We asked for more performance-based components, more application of what students had learned. We asked for the introduction of online components. This was in 2008. And in fact, the contractors bid on those pieces and priced those, and as the next couple of years rolled out and our budgets were cut, we were unable to fund any of the new development components of the contract, and we had to abandon those because our budget just allowed us to hold on to the core program as it existed at the time. Along came the opportunity from the federal government. You heard some comments this morning. So we were one of 3 states, along with Louisiana and Florida, that conceptualized what became PARCC. Some 20 additional states, 20 plus additional states, linked on and developed a proposal to the federal government that was funded. We were one of 2 proposals that was funded. Called PARCC, Partnership for the Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers. We've been at work for the last several years developing this assessment. Massachusetts educators have had a major role in that. We're headed into a field test this spring. And what I have in front of the board is a proposal to give us a 2-year period to get to know PARCC. For our districts to get to know PARCC, for the state as a state to get to know how PARCC compares to MCAS, because we should not be abandoning MCAS if in fact PARCC provides no value add for us. So the only way we're going to get to know it is to try it out, take it for a test drive. And that's exactly what I'm recommending to the state board this morning, that we spend the next 2 years, first year in a field test mode, and the second year giving districts the choice of administering PARCC or MCAS, being able to calibrate the results on PARCC to the results on MCAS, better understand how they relate, better understand how the test plays out, better understand the technology implications of the assessment in our schools and districts, and get plenty of feedback and analyses before 2 years from now, before in 2 years, saying, you know what, here's what we've learned from this 2-year test drive, and either it's time to sunset MCAS and PARCC becomes the new MCAS, or it could be that, you know what, we've seen enough that there's no reason to sunset MCAS, forget about PARCC, or, you know, it's even possible that we say, you know what, we need another year. So that's the proposal that I'm making to you today, that I'm asking you to vote on, not on adopting PARCC, but on this 2-year test drive. I want to say a couple of other things. First of all, I corresponded with Richard Freeland overnight, my counterpart in higher education, Commissioner Freeland, who was miffed. He had read the memo to the board and said, "You didn't mention higher ed." And I said, "You're absolutely right, Commissioner," because higher ed has been very much a partner in this journey in developing PARCC. And in fact, I told Richard that I made these comments verbally yesterday, but I'll repeat them. Commissioner Freeland has been a very active and engaged partner. Higher ed has been part of the development of the assessment. Higher ed will be part of the establishment of the standards on the test. And our higher ed commissioner has made a commitment that once the test is up and operating, that the college-ready benchmark will be something that higher ed will honor. Students won't have to take a placement course. They will honor a student certification of college readiness through the assessment. And that college readiness piece is important because you heard me say earlier that about 40% of our public school graduates who matriculate in our public campuses end up placed in at least one remedial non-credit bearing course. And my best understanding is that very few of them knew they were headed toward remediation. Most of them did fine on our current test. They graduated high school, they met their curriculum requirements. And so one of the promises of PARCC, the potentials of PARCC, is in fact to give students much better and more accurate signals as they move up through the grades, as they move from the middle grades into high school, and as they progress up the grades in high school as to whether or not they are in fact on track toward being ready for what colleges expect and what employers expect. And that's part of what excites me about the potential for this. I want to say a couple of other things, Madam Chair, before opening this for discussion. And I don't know if Maureen or Bob may have something additional to say. And I want to say that I'm very aware of concerns about the pace of reform, the aggressiveness of the reforms that we have going in Massachusetts. I'm very aware of that. I believe that this 2-year period for implementation is a way for us all to kind of, again, take this test drive and get to know the assessment before making a decision. It's a very different pace than most other states are taking. You may have seen some of the public relations around New York and Kentucky, both of which have already implemented a new test and without a pilot, without a test drive, and some of the backlash that's occurred from that. Most of the PARCC states are planning in the spring of 2015, the first operational administration, that will be their test in total. They'll be done with whatever their legacy tests is. And here I'm asking you to make this a 2-year test drive before we make that decision. I've also charged Maureen Lacroix and Alan Ingram working with Tom Scott. Tom Scott made this suggestion to me in a conversation we had a month or so ago, that we form a working group with the superintendents and ask the question, how do we best position our districts and our superintendents in their leadership role for success in this endeavor, in making sure that students are experiencing a course of study that's commensurate with the expectations in our new curriculum frameworks and the assessments that go with those, and that the educator evaluation system is a tool that's integrated with that set of initiatives to help with the implementation of those courses of study. So we're very much committed to continuing to work with folks. We have principal committees set up as well. We're working with the MTA as well as other groups. I want to, I think, close my remarks with a couple of pieces. The technology readiness piece is a concern that I heard loudly and clearly last night. And I know it's a concern of our districts, the unevenness of the technology infrastructure. As I said to you last night, there are 2 major initiatives that are more than sort of hope. I've often said hope is not a strategy. At the federal level, the Federal Communications Commission, which does not need congressional approval, has already started down the road of releasing a large amount of E-rate funds specifically for upgrading the technology infrastructure of elementary and secondary schools in the nation. And in Massachusetts, we have our bonding commission, our bonding committee in the legislature. It has approved the bill, has passed a bill that would that would allow for a fair amount of capital expenses to be used for upgrading elementary and secondary schools technology infrastructure. My understanding is that the full House is voting on that bill today as we speak. So we have pieces in the pipeline, and again, this 2-year test drive will give us a better handle on how the technology component of this plays out on the ground. I want to end with responding to a couple of points that were made during public comment. First, I don't want to be ambiguous about this board's responsibility and authority around the state testing program. And if you want to look up the statute, it's in General Law 69, Section 11 is the part that talks about your responsibility. You have the responsibility to an obligation to update, improve, and refine the comprehensive assessment system for the Commonwealth. And the statute actually directs you that you provide the means to compare student performance among the various school systems and communities in the Commonwealth and between students in other states and in other nations. That's verbatim from the statute. So it is to anybody that's unclear where the board's authority here comes from, it comes from state statute, and that includes the kind of development, including field testing that applies. So there was a comment about students taking up to 10 hours of field testing. Bob, would you let us know whether any students taking 10 hours of field testing?
So it's going to be under 10 hours at the maximum. Let me just lay out a little bit what students will experience. It's 15% of our students enrolled in grades 3 to 11. The majority of students will take a test, PARCC field test, that's only English language arts or math. In fact, no one will take both subjects. The vast majority part is that they will take either the performance assessment, which is 3 sessions in English language arts, 2 sessions in math, or they're going to take the end of year, which is 2 sessions. 10% of that 15%, or a little over 1%, will be taking both the performance assessment and the end of year, so that we can look at how they fit together. That's part of the design of answering how these items work. We'll take both the performance assessment and end of year. In math, that's going to come in because there's lots of extra time in the field test, to a typical testing time of about 4 or 5 hours, but with the extra time students are given, it could take up to 8 or 9 hours. So the number comes for a little over 1% of the students in these grades because they'll be taking both parts.
So again, we're open to questions. Just what's that?
That's just the first year. That's not.
That's for the field test, yes.
Year one. Okay.
Yeah.
After that, everyone.
And there's more time available for the field test than will be when it's
So in the
operational.
second year, districts will have a choice of one or the other, not both.
Everybody.
Yeah.
That's when it expands.
No, the second year would be the spring of 15. School districts will have the choice of administering the current MCAS or PARCC, right?
They can choose both. They can choose to do both, right?
I suppose they could choose to do both. I didn't anticipate that. Be interesting to see if any district chooses both. I just want to make sure you, in addition, that you're looking at the revised motion that we sent out, because we did revise the motion to be as explicit as possible about what it is that you're voting on here.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at that amended motion, and I'm going to ask someone to move it so we can open it up to discussion questions. So David moves it. Can I have a second? All right, the floor is open for questions to Bob and Maureen. We had a lot of discussion last night. There may be some more. Penny.
I'd like to just make a couple of comments. One is, as I looked over these assessment questions, I did find that they were more challenging. The kind of comparison of different texts that third graders are going to be asked to do is really impressive. Just to say, I have had 4 kids take all the MCAS tests, and none of them cried, had headaches, or stomach aches. I think it's something about the way that the family and the school talks to the kids. It may also be something just about kids' own temperament. Unfortunately, we do live in a world where people are assessed throughout life. Maybe that's not unfortunate. The other comment I wanted to make was there is a hell of a lot going on for school districts and in this Commonwealth with a new evaluation system, new standards, and new testing. But what seems really remarkable from looking at both the kinds of surveys that we've seen and also just listening to people from the field is that these initiatives converge, and the retail initiative, they converge in a way that is so congruent with what our major goals are for the Commonwealth that I think that's a really great thing, because one of the things that makes managing superintendents or principals' jobs so hard is that they have so many responsibilities that may go all every different which ways. But I think there's a lot of messages coming from this board and from this department and commissioner that says these are the important things that we're working on, and all of these hard things that you're doing are going to help move the dial to make our kids actually be prepared for college or for their careers. So I think I'm getting a sense that the field thinks this is really hard, and boy, we need a lot of support, and it would be great if we had a little more time, but we're doing the right thing. And that's really the great advantage that Massachusetts has over so many other states. There's a general agreement that we're doing the right thing and we're going in the right direction, and there's just such a lack of complacency. I actually shared the commissioner's note to the board about the most recent NAEP tests and our concerns about early literacy and how to address that with some of my colleagues from other states, and they said, wow, I see why you're so proud to be on the Board of Education in Massachusetts. So I wanted to really say that this pressure that we are unfortunately, continuing to apply to the field is the reason that we are at the forefront of the nation and in many ways the world. And I want to applaud the field for their courage in continuing this, but also this department in trying to push forward with pressure, but also with this due deliberativeness that says, no, we're not just going to jump into this. We are going to think about how to pace it. We're going to listen to the field and get feedback and see what we can do that doesn't break people's backs, but gets pretty close. That's what I want to say.
Okay, Penny, thank you. All right, Vanessa? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up, Dan.
Firstly, I'd like to say that, if we have to have a form of assessment, I do want it to be PARCC. I'm very much in favor of PARCC, and I want to commend your efforts, Commissioner, on, trying to implement a new form of assessment, I think this would be ideal for Massachusetts. But that being said, I'm deeply concerned about the technological inequities throughout the Commonwealth. You know, we have 48% of schools in Massachusetts that don't even meet the minimum requirements for PARCC. And I'm deeply concerned with that because I'm not convinced that within 2 years, students in grades 3 through 11th, along with teachers, will be comfortable with taking this test. And I feel that the main purpose of having assessment is that you want people to be on an equitable playing field. You want people to feel confident going into a test. And as of what I can see right now, I just don't feel that students and teachers alike will be confident going into this test. And you know, we have all the other states in this country looking to Massachusetts for how we roll out this transition. And I think an extra year would be very beneficial for Massachusetts because I want to see a smooth transition and I want to see this be successful as possible. And when we have all the other states looking at us, I just want to make sure it's the most beneficial transition we can have.
Vanessa, did you have a question or comment?
A couple of comments based on our conversation last night and this morning. And I do agree with Dan that I think, and based on the items that we have seen in the last couple of months and last night on the PARCC versus the MCAS, the rigor, it has increased so dramatically. So I'm excited to see what the field test will tell us about those items. I do have some concerns as well. Technology certainly being one of them, and I think what I would use, I think all of us should use this as an opportunity, especially the field, to embrace the change and really fight for more funds in the legislature for technology infrastructure for all of our schools. Period. Regardless of PARCC, this is the way of the 21st century, and this is the way we're moving in our schools. So we need to really be strong in the fields and advocate for those types of resources for every single school in the Commonwealth. My other concern is regarding the sampling, and we talked a little bit about this last night, and how level 4 schools were excluded from the random sampling. I could understand the reasoning why these are schools that, as is, are kind of struggling and really trying to find the right resources and strategies to help the students achieve and perform. However, we also know that those are the schools that usually have the neediest of students. So it would be really important to think about how do we test these items with these groups of students that may have been left behind. So I have a little bit of concern about that. Overall, I think this is the way to go. I would say that we should proceed with caution. I think an important piece is to learn from the lessons that we've had in rolling out retail, the educator evaluation. We've heard a lot from the field, from members of our board, of things that worked or didn't work. How do we take those things and integrate that learning into this experience? And finally, communication. We talked briefly at the very end last night about that, and I think that it's critical that communications with teachers, parents, and students is important, and equally high level as the communications with superintendents, with principals, and administrators. I want us as a board and the staff of the department to really think about those as a priority number one in really engaging people and understanding how the rollout will be and how can it be improved.
David, go ahead, sorry.
I think once again, I'm just reiterating what's already been said, but I think it's it's important we make this clear what this vote is. It is a vote to test something. It in no way, and we should state very clearly, I certainly do not see this as foregone. That we will see how this goes, and then we will make another determination in November of 2015 whether this is the successor to the MCAS. And we all knew, I think, everybody should have known, if they didn't, that when we made that decision to go to our own new frameworks in 2010, this was inevitable, that we upgraded the frameworks, we seemed to be very satisfied with that. There was inevitability. We were going to be upgrading the tests that would measure the students' work in and teachers' work in that instruction. So there's a logic to this, and we need to separate some of the noise out from what is a very logical progression. And we're doing this for our purposes in Massachusetts. If somehow it turns out that the consortium benefits as well, great. If it turns out that that isn't going to be in our best interest, we're going to make a determination for what is in our best interest 2 years from now. And I think that's got to be stated very, very clearly on what this vote is. The issue of technology is very significant, but I think all of us around the table know that we have been progressing for 2 or 3 years in strategies, in a direction, an aggressive direction to close opportunity gaps or proficiency gaps. We surely can't envision voting on an assessment system that is going to have resource-rich districts advantage in the most important piece of this process, the ultimate assessment. So we obviously are expecting to see significant improvements in the closing that technology gap in the next 2 years, or this is simply going to be a non-starter when the time comes. So I think folks need to rest assured that we are all very aware of that glaring unfairness. But yet, the promise that this presents to us, the great potential for everything we've learned about this to assess learning, we simply can't ignore that, and we need to move forward.
Yes, Secretary Malone.
Mr. Roach's comments are well taken. The issue of technology, and Daniel, the great part of my job is that I get to travel the Commonwealth and really understand the inequity across counties. Our governor has made a tremendous investment in infrastructure. It's one of our key leverage strategies, and we will continue to work to improve our education, our instructional, technological infrastructure as we move forward. I think, as Lawrence has proven, I think some reallocation of resources from several agencies, including federal dollars, in order to leverage that and get there. I agree that we have to do that. We got a limited period of time to really get at that, and I'm hopeful that we'll push the ball on that over the next 13 months. I'll also say to you that I'm in full favor of trying this on. I want to test it out. I like the fact that we're going to engage the field. If we're not engaged in the field, we might as well go home. I mean, our job is to support the field. Let's just be clear about that. The fact that the commission is going to engage, I think, will be beneficial to all of us, and we're going to shape this as we go through it. But I think, as former Superintendent Roach mentioned, it's the next progression of a logical theory of action around curriculum instruction and assessment, and we will not know until we try it on. And I was for it as a superintendent. I'm for it now. Let's do this and proceed with due diligence.
Okay, Harneen.
Thank you. So I have expressed last night and last month that I have tremendous questions about the technology issue here, and I really agree with what you said, Daniel, in terms of what it means. And a lot of what is discussed is that the technology is not an issue of assessment, but it's a bigger issue around equity in the classroom. And I absolutely agree with that. But the idea of overlaying a high-stakes test on an existing inequity in the classroom is problematic to me. Perhaps it's where I sit as a parent of urban school children, which is a very different situation than some of the suburban districts. But I have a very hard time with that. And David, when we voted on the Common Core, there was not an agreement that we were going to have a new whole framework of assessment. It was discussed, but that was not an assumption. There was a lot of discussion about changing MCAS at that point. So I just want to say, yes, there was definitely an agreement that MCAS would need to be aligned with this, and I hope it is, since we're 2 years in and students are being tested. I assumed it was. but there was not a discussion vote or on this board to say, yes, we're going to implement a testing system that requires a certain amount of technology in every school. It just didn't happen. My concern is, on both sides of this, I've had people contact me saying the idea of requiring a computerized test is difficult if your kid doesn't have access, or like what we saw with you last night, Bob. The challenge of being tested on technology that you don't have the time in school to use. I've also heard people say it's not fair that some kids are going to have access to a whole series of exciting test questions that are 3D, online, blah, 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 and other kids are going to be sitting there with the paper and pencil, circling, filling out, and da-da-da-da. I've heard every single part of this, and I wish I was more comfortable with where things are. And I was about this last night because I'm very mixed. I appreciate the commissioner that you changed the resolution and made it very clear so that the field knows we're not voting on implementing PARCC. We're voting on a 2-year field test of PARCC. But to me, I feel like the train has left the station. I don't think 2 years into this, when you have many districts who are going to have 2 years of PARCC under their belt, to me it's highly unlikely at that point we're going to come back and say MCAS is preferable. I kind of can't imagine that scenario. I mean, maybe I'm too old, too cynical, I don't know. I just can't imagine that scenario. I think we're going down a direction, we're making a decision. There's been huge resources invested in making this change. So I wish I could feel more confident about the inequities and how this high-stake test reinforces that. I get it doesn't mean anything the first year. I get we have till 2018 before the high school, the 10th graders will need to pass this. I have a lot of I'm just not comfortable. I'm sorry with where it's going, but I just have one question about how the data is reported back to teachers, principals, and districts. Bob, I know you said that the first year nothing's reported back, it all goes to the department, it's not about, but after that, how does it actually work? The ones that are computer versus non-computer, how will that data be reported back to teachers, for use to actually help with teaching?
So Massachusetts is fortunate to have been building the infrastructure to take data like this and distribute it back out to teachers. Within another year, all our teachers will have accounts to be able to actually access data, whether it's MCAS or PARCC, directly with their own accounts. So PARCC will receive the test, the scoring will happen down to the item level. That information comes back to the state and gets integrated. You've heard previously, Edwin Analytics and the Edwin Teaching and Learning System. So that information comes back and has a path to go directly back to the teacher and help inform what it is the student has been able to master and not master in that testing. But the state has a key role here. Many states in PARCC do not have that kind of infrastructure, so PARCC will be doing the reporting directly back to the schools. But we've built that system so that it can go directly into and be connected with all the other information that we have in our state. I might also, Vanessa raised a question that came up yesterday, and I think it's an important one that I did a little bit of homework and we have an update on. It was the sampling question and the fact that level 4 schools had the opportunity to say, no, we're not going to participate in the field testing. But the way the sampling was designed was to be responsive to, let's look at our schools by the lowest performing schools, lowest 20%, the next 20, up to our highest performing 20%. Our field test is very close to having good representation at all levels. So we're close to that, and what we're focused on now in the final round of how do we get the rest of our slots filled for field testing is to make it as close to an equal 20% across the board. It will be representative of all students.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, Ruth.
Yes, I want to weigh in as well. I think this has been a very rich discussion. We've had a lot of information in the past several months about PARCC, and I think all of us on this board don't take this decision lightly. And as Harneen pointed out, even though what we're voting on today is the test drive for 2 years, I do think that this is a really weighty decision whether we even do the test drive, because, as you said, I'll just quote you on it. I mean, the train, in a way, the train has left the station, and I also feel that it's, notwithstanding all the information we've received and the presentations we've had, it does feel that as a board member, we own the authority to determine this, yet so much of this train has already left the station, even in terms of this transition plan. You've selected areas to test it. There's been communications in the field, so I do feel as a board member it does put a lot of pressure on us, and in some ways I wish that either we had voted sooner, or that not so much there had not been so many facts on the ground already. But putting that aside, I want to address the merits of the testing program. I mean, the testing of the test program, which we're voting on today. There's a reason that we were exposed to sample items. Again, we're not deciding on the testing, but the sample items give us a flavor of what we're talking about here. From my perspective, and again, I'm not a professional educator, but that's not what qualifies me to be on this board. I don't really see huge material differences between the test items in PARCC and MCAS. That's just the way I see it. I do think that the third grade test, some of the samples that we saw are extremely rigorous. I would say in some places, like, even inappropriately so, but again, that's just my lay take on it. They seem very hard to me. There was someone last night after the meeting pointed out that there was a reference in the article on the cherry trees. There was a word in Japanese there that wasn't even defined. So I'm just thinking about children sitting there seeing some of these vocabulary words and just, really being thrown off by some of it. I do think that there are going to be districts that employ both MCAS and PARCC testing, so there is going to be a lot of testing. I think that in some ways, if both of those tests are given, it's going to work to the detriment of one of them. I mean, there might be test fatigue in terms of one of them. Again, I'm sorry I'm not going completely in order here, but I started off really trying to be very open-minded about this program. I'm clearly not a fan of MCAS. Everybody knows that, but I thought that what we were talking about in next generation of testing was a more comprehensive, performance-based, maybe even portfolio-based way of assessing children. And we had Jeff Riley here earlier today talking about all the ways that it's important to assess kids outside of testing, the kinds of testing that we're talking about here. And I just don't see that this next generation accomplishes the kind of comprehensive assessment system that I think is important to measure critical thinking skills and the other resiliency skills, the things that you really need to succeed in life. And I share all the board's concerns about technology. I'm not going to go over that again. So the final point I want to make, and it's just interesting, and I think that's why we have different perspectives on boards. In a way, I agree with what Penny's opening remarks, except I see it differently. I think there's too much going on right now. I think that even this test drive is premature, given the fact that, when I look at some of these surveys, here was one of the results that said, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statements about the new curriculum frameworks? And so you have the field saying 60% of them strongly agree that they're familiar with the instructional shifts, but then that's the ones who strongly agree. That means 40% don't strongly agree with that, which means that there's still a lot of work to do in the field for districts to really incorporate the curriculum, the new core curriculum frameworks within their teaching. So I think it's premature, and I'm not going to be able to support this motion today. But I do appreciate, and I would say to a future board that it's really, really important to look at this very closely down the road and exercise the authority that the board is given to really be the final decider in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Commissioner, before I call for the vote, oh, I'm sorry, Karen, you guys are going to have to raise your hands
I'm
higher, 'cause
sorry.
I don't have the best.
I will be very brief because pretty much everything has already been said. I struggle with this. I thought about it a long time, and thank you for giving us the sample test. And oftentimes when I look at these things, for me, these kinds of questions, for me, should be norm. And perhaps it's because I taught at the exam schools. Perhaps it's because I understand the private school world. But I have absolutely no problem with raising the level of rigor so that our kids can persist in college. To stay where we are just because we've always done it that way is just unacceptable to me. To stay where we are because we don't have, because we're still backwards in terms of technology, we need to push that bar also. To stay where we are simply because really just to go along to get along is just not acceptable, and I really believe that this is a step in pushing standards higher, pushing kids to think harder, to be better, and to be able to persist and achieve in college and or beyond or wherever they choose to go. So I am in favor of this.
Thank you, Karen. All right, Commissioner, did you want to make a final?
I do, and congratulations to Karen, I believe, right? You defended your proposal last night, I understand, successfully. I hope I'm not being premature in that regard. Just a couple of comments. You've heard a lot from me. Again, it is the board's decision. It will be the board's decision 2 years from now. Are we ready to, has that test drive convinced us that we're done with the legacy MCAS and PARCC is now our assessment? Do we think we need more time? Have we looked enough at PARCC to decide, you know what, there's no value add on this. There's no reason to let go of our legacy MCAS. That will be your decision. It's a little ironic, and I said this last night. To me, the piece that should be compelling to policymakers, to legislators, to elected officials about technology is not this test. The piece that should be compelling is, in Massachusetts, our kids deserve and our teachers deserve 21st century classrooms, right? Unfortunately, we haven't gotten there. It's been quite a while since there was any capital funds put into technology, except through the School Building Authority, which it affects a very small number of projects. What's interesting to me is that the PARCC being on the horizon has been compelling enough to policymakers. I mean, that has gotten the bonding committee to move, and it is in front of the House today, as I said, and it's gotten people's attention. So I'm willing to ride that. If that's what it's going to take to get the dollars into the bloodstream to upgrade technology, let's go for it. But I don't want any illusion that this is, for me, this is not first and foremost about testing. This is about providing our schools with 21st century classrooms. And as I told you, there are many states that are way ahead of Massachusetts in that regard, and that should not be the case. So, final comment, and just picking up on a couple of your concerns, Ruth. The reason in best practice in test development involves a field test is for exactly the concerns you raise. You find out whether kids are able to get their arms around the test through a field test. If you don't go the field test route, you're at your peril as to how kids encounter the test when it's given operationally.
Okay, I am going to call for the vote now, and I'm really going to ask you to raise your hands high so I can see you. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? And no abstentions. Okay, thank you very much. You're now going to get a 10-minute break. I'll ask you to be back in your seats 2 minutes after 11. All right? Thank you.
Rush to the airport to get my 12 o'clock
Oh,
flight.
you kept it at 12? Listen,
I found out what it takes to do the,
so